Welcome to session number 32, Tears of the Kingdom. Currently we're sitting at 73 shrines and 208 Koroks. And you can tell actually that I loaded back into the game and back into my save after taking off to do something else, and I switched between the previous session and now because Penn, the Rito companion here at the newspaper company, was standing beside me at the conclusion of the previous stream in the same position and is now no longer here, since I guess with that quest having been flagged as commenced, he has flown off to explore some stables on his own. So much for the illusion of contiguity. Regardless, here we are at the newspaper offices. We've been tasked with going wherever we can, and I don't know if there's going to be a point here at which we can sell, because on our way here, we passed by something in front of the cave, a quest that I couldn't cash in simply because my stash of meals is completely full, all 60 slots occupied, which means I probably should either consume or sell off some meals pretty quickly. Regardless, we haven't really explored this location yet. A whole bunch of logs here that could be used potentially for building a bridge over to maybe Rito City. This little puddle here also looks extremely suspicious. I feel like we should set it on fire. Because of course we should. And it's nothing. Okay. So much for the fire fruit. That's okay. We can always get more. Pine cones and fire, we have been told, make a dramatic updraft. And regardless, the challenge is to go over there in lieu of a bridge. The bridge, it seems, has fallen down from the weather, completely collapsed. We'll have to make some kind of repair or replacement, or perhaps simply take a glider over. The bridge is busted. Do we need to fix it? I do have business. We do want some of the warm clothing if we can. And yeah, the implication here is that you have to use a pine cone, like one of the ones that we readily got from the nearby trees, to create an updraft that would then send you over. We're obviously not doing it that way because we have no glider, and besides, that's no way to treat written word. Looks like the surfaces are iced, which means we can't climb on them if we just cling on them directly. We might want to find a higher vantage point and send a glider down from there. We could potentially build a bridge, but this actually feels like it's a rather long stretch over here, so I think we might have to look at some alternatives. Because we've got many logs for sure, I don't know if we have other construction materials that are available, like the planks that you often find at other stables. There is a shrine up there as well that I think we have not actually been to yet. Yeah, we'll find some way to do it. James D, I'm doing alright. We just logged in here. Obviously, as they're suggesting, I use a Hylian pine cone to create an updraft and use the glider to get across the bridge. We're clearly not doing it that way. So we'll find some alternatives. And yeah, we just loaded in. And looking forward to another day of just messing around here. So anyway, we have some logs that could potentially create a log bridge. I probably don't just want to create a single column log bridge all the way across. I don't think it would make it anyway. We could, of course, always do some kind of wing build. I'm running a bit low on rockets, but perhaps wing plus propeller from a sufficient vantage point would in fact do just fine. I think it's actually going to be a good idea to go up to that shrine and gain a little bit of elevation. That should still be within a reasonable distance for a wing to carry me somewhere close by, so Let's head up there for the time being. And once again, I do need to consume one of my meals at some point, or sell it off, ideally. Because on our way here, between the Snowfield stable and this location, since I was eager to get here to finish off the stream, I did bypass some caves, some side activities, at least one hut that seemed to be available. We've got a couple of things to look at that we'll need to swing back to. But first, let's go over here. And, oh, okay. Well, I mean, we could have had a slightly better position, but we can always burn this if we don't want to just traverse all the way around. I think we do, in fact, have to burn this if we really want to do this properly, so we'll do that. And we're in. So let's kick the day off with whatever this is. And then we'll see if we can find a good flight location. The reason that I do want to get to Dorito Village imminently is mainly so I can get some cold weather clothing, so I can swap my hats over to the snow boots. Not only for this region, but for Mount Lanneru over on the east. Launching a device. Yeah, it looks like we'll... This is a wing track. We can probably put something here and then launch a ball to the target. It's a fairly wide target. We know from previous experience that the ball hitting target just needs to make contact with the full circle, not just the inner circle. So this is going to be rocket based. Oh, maybe we just need to launch the rocket. And we don't need to hit anything specifically. Alright, let's just use a rocket, and that'll be simple. It's basically a rocket tutorial then, so far as I can tell. Which is alright by me. I kind of wonder what Shield Surf plus rocket would do, since I do have a slot available for that now, but anyway, what should we use to activate? Let's just use this 5 damage construct bow that is otherwise not going to be that useful. Right on target. That's a bullseye. Does mean relatedly that we should grab another rocket over to the next room in case we for some reason want to spare. It is going to be rocket plus minecart here, as we can see. And indeed, there's a treasure chest up there as well. I wonder if there's going to be any particular incentive to take multiple carts with us so we can perhaps stack them afterwards or do something like that. In fact, we are going to make a little train here just to see what happens, because I feel like that's likely to be useful. That can probably be positioned a little bit better. Let's do it this way. It's a bit of a load, so maybe it's not a good idea to have a hard attachment on all three here, but especially because they'll go up the slope. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Let's actually just detach and have them push. And then... yeah, let's just attach them. Have them push each other, ideally. Let's see if we get hit by the afterburner. Now let's see if this will actually do the job. Nope, a little too much mass. Alright, let's try it with a single cart. Or, well, I mean, we've got 2 rockets here. We can probably do the same thing with 2 rockets and see. I do want to see if it would succeed. And given the mess, you can just stack carts and it'll probably just be fine. The reason I'm doing this is because I suspect... Oh, we don't even need that to reach the treasure chest up here, because we can just do recall to lift up a cart of our choice and ride it up that way. So yeah, we don't even need this at all. Alright, let's just go single rocket. I mean, we can always double up as well, but... we really care to do so, but I think we'll be just fine. Oh, I guess we need to board from up top. So we will do that. Good. Nice and easy. Now, oh, that's actually much further up than I expected. What we can do, though, is if we have additional rocket parts or something. Let's see. That's higher up than I thought it would be. Much higher, in fact. We could have taken an additional rocket up with us, perhaps, and then used that to get some lift. Or get some lift on top of a cart and then ascend through that panel once we have sufficient height. So the idea would be that perhaps we do some stacking, assuming that I can actually get on top of this afterwards, which isn't certain. But we would pretty much go like this. Maybe then like this. Now, is this balanced or did it fall over? It kind of falls over. Let's actually redo this. But the idea I have here is we just make this climbable and somewhat balanced. We can even turn it upside down to have a bit of additional stability. Just stand up somewhat. Somewhat. Bit wobbly. Bit too wobbly. What's wrong to recall? We can always turn it upside down. Nope, not quite. We can draw it with just one. Just see how close we are in height. But the idea is that you do this. You go way up if you can and try to ascend from there. So do this. And then yeah, that wasn't quite it. Shut off the recall for a moment. I bet it can be done. Or perhaps we create a ramp. By chaining a bunch of these together. Create a bit of a tower. Like this. crawl up. Then not fall down if you can avoid it. We could always go down and add more carts if we really wanted. The idea is to get close enough to get ascend. There, we're a little out of position still. I feel like if you add more carts, you could do it this way. No rockets required. Now, is it possible to climb like that? So I think it's climbable surfaces. If it is, obviously, that eases things up. Might not be the case, and we would need to lean it forward just a little bit. Have it fall in this way if we can. Oh, rotation is, as always, going to misbehave somewhat. Nope. Actually, if it falls in this direction, we should obviously reverse it. But the wheels are what is weighing this down. Come up here. Not quite. Can't quite see the marker either. Let me see about that. I feel like maybe we're supposed to... I mean, we're certainly supposed to use the rocket to maybe do a rocket ascent with one of these, but then that would be dependent on getting the rockets up here to begin with, which... If you do it with a single rocket, I can see it potentially being the case. You'd have to send it up quite a ways. I don't know, we just keep building the tower with additional carts, which we can do. We probably have to take a little bit of a fall here and there. Just a little bit, not too much. Kind of wonder if a single rocket is able to push 2. We're about to find that out. Whoops. Because ideally I'd like to load a rocket into one of the carts and gotta get pushed that way so we can actually send it up. Say, since we attach one, just kind of bundle the other one as a load. Maybe even give it a grab once we are in. That actually did work. First of all, we're going to try to attach the rest. Create a tower. If it doesn't work, then we'll try the rocket idea to propel the cart upwards. We'll try a couple of different things, and it might be the case. In fact, it's likely the case that the chest won't give me anything that good anyway. Right now we're just going to try to get within ascension range, though. Balance this somewhat. It's getting closer. I think that's a reasonable shot. If that's really going to be ascendable at all. There we go. Falling out of it safely, of course, would be a potential issue, but... Ruby, very nice. Well worth it. Okay, not too much fall damage. Luckily. Now here's the thing, what is this? Oh, you got tons of rockets here that I didn't even see. Okay. Then we'll just do another rocket cart. Simple. Even just do it with a single cart. Okay, we'll do it with double rocket. Just to be extra fancy. We could place this accurately, of course that would be much better if the wheels would kindly fall in the way I'd like. Let's balance this. That's not going to be balanced. Slightly better. Nice, once again, if we could just get it to sit nice and tight. It's not going to do it for me, is it? Let's see. Maybe we just do it like this. And roll it. Yeah, much better. Much better anyway. Yeah, pretty simple. Basically just a rocket tutorial. No problems. What is that second number? I have 74 shrines and had 26 something under that. Again with a triangle. I actually have no idea what that is. 26 of something. I don't really know what. Oh, it's probably the light roots. Yeah, that makes sense. That there was a separate counter for the number of light roots you unlocked in the zone transition screen. For some reason, I just never paid attention to that. Anyway, pretty clear vantage point here to do some kind of glider flight. I think probably a wing plus single propeller will do it. Strategy Game 100, you just realized something really important. If it's not a spoiler, do feel free to, you know... You think it's impossible to beat the game without glider? Yeah, we'll see. I mean... we'll discover that for ourselves when the time comes. Again, I know I'll need to compromise with a glider at some point because I do want to get 100% in shrines, and we've already had to skip 3 of them. But I'm just delaying that to see what we can do in the meantime. And if at some point we discover that we run into a hard wall that I can't get around, then we'll deal with it. And yeah, so do I want to spin a fan or do I want to spin a rocket? I want to spin a rocket, actually, because fans are a little precious when I've been using the quad rotor so much. Let's actually not stand so close to the edge when I'm getting stuff out. That's exactly why The rocket would have fell into the abyss if I did that. Yeah, let's just spin a rocket then. Okay, we'll flip this around. Yeah, I know a couple of people have been doing gliderless on their second run. I obviously have been staying away from watching anything, but that's what I've been told. So, maybe it's possible in some fashion, but, you know, a number of things that people told me were extremely difficult with a glider were actually perfectly doable. And we have a pretty good understanding at this point of what we can do in this game to get around certain obstacles. We can probably cover enough distance with glider to just head straight for the central column at this point, I think. We don't really need to go island hopping in case bridges have issues. Yeah, James D, I plan to attempt the Wind Temple without the glider as well, so, you know, we'll see what happens there. And the nice thing is that the temples that we've seen so far do allow you to build objects into them. So anyway, don't tell me why you think it's impossible. Your claim has been noted, and we will see if we run into that roadblock when we get to it. So we'll see if we have an issue with it once we're at the boss. But yeah, thanks for letting me know, but we'll deal with it when the time comes. Like I said, it's likely that I'll want to compromise on the glider to do all shrines before final boss anyways. But we'll see when we get there. So. Okay. Anyway, we got wings. This is sinking like crazy, though. Guess maybe the snow is weighing it down or something. Expected it to get a lot more lift than what we're getting here. We better try to get a climb into somewhere non-slip because this is all icy, so. Okay, this part is climbable. It's the part below that is iced. So we'll see. Yeah, because I thought usually when you stand in the back, you don't really gain much elevation necessarily, but you can stay a bit stable. It seems like it was sinking much faster than usual. So, as strategy game hunter, I got a nice hat long ago. I got it in my first week with the game. We haven't always been wearing it, but I got a nice hat very, very early. It was actually my first 3 armor piece, I think, on my head. James D, this started as a sort of accident, yes. So, basically, when I've done pretty much all the shrines I can find without the glider, and definitely at least when we've done all of the temples, then we will see if I want to see what's going on with the final boss or final area, or if we want to grab the glider to do the rest, which was my original plan. At this point, I want to at least try to do all 4 temples without it, because we're getting special dialogue at the end of each of them that, you know, basically tells me, hey, you should really go to Lookout Landing or something. And anyway, let's melt this thing. Do we have a fire weapon? Yes, we do, in fact. I'll just hold the fire weapon. And we'll melt stuff just by holding it. And yeah, I see what you mean about the glider momentum. Which is probably why we always get in so much trouble with the glider when we are letting up on a control stick. So yeah, I skipped Lookout Landing unknowingly, but then now we know where it is, and I've gotten very close to it because we were at Hyrule Castle previously, and I just decided, you know what? let's just keep going, because we are getting special dialogue that other players are not seeing. And I want to see if we can keep up with that. So I did, unfortunately and unintentionally, wind up talking to Impa about the geoglyphs. But she has not left that first location yet, and my intention is to hit all the geoglyphs before we continue with her further. Again, because, you know, you tend to see special dialogue in this game when you complete things ahead of time without being asked. But yeah, originally I had no idea where Lookout Landing was anyway, but obviously I've played the game enough now that all the NPCs are trying to point me to it, and we're ignoring them. So, anyway, this is why we keep a 62 damage Igneo Talus hammer around, so I can basically sit around with it and not use it. And melt some ice. So, strategy game Hunter, when you complete each temple without having been to Lookout Landing yet, you... Ooh, look at that, you can pick up icicles. I bet we can fuse into that, but I don't want to spend any of my existing weapons. What do we do with a shield? We've got nothing fused right now, let's just do it. It's barely anything. Ice shield. Yeah, I didn't know you could fuse with ice shards, actually. But it makes sense. So, yeah, basically, if you finish some things like the main dungeons without already having been to Lookout Landing, you get a few extra lines of dialogue where the NPCs bother you about it. Yeah, I know it's just damage. Gave me a little +2 prompt anyway. That's okay. No, I previously broke off a spring that was on this shield. So next time we see something that's lightning immune that is actually good, I'll tag it on, or we'll put a device on it, but right now I don't really care. It's more that, you know, I keep some Zonite shields in reserve in case we're fighting in lightning. And usually we're not, so. Also, can we cash in some of our orbs for hearts? I believe we have 9. We have 10 right now, so let's just plug in some more since we're at full stamina. We'll go straight for hearts. Then, yeah, we honestly haven't been using the shields in combat very much anyway. Mostly because I'm such a fragile glass cannon that I have generally been fighting at kind of mid to long range. So my shields have taken very little damage. Because we just hardly ever get hit with the shields up. And also means I haven't been using some things like Flurry Rush very much. Especially compared to how heavily I was using that as my Lionel method back in Breath of the Wild. Back in Breath of the Wild, I was also using updrafts very heavily to fight Lionels. And look at that, it's Cass's kids. Some of them anyway. Long time no see. Song of the Stormwind Arc. I guess this is about... Well, it's an arc that is implicitly their hiding place up in the sky from the upheaval, probably related to the Wind Temple, so we'll see. Let's hear it. I have done dungeons, Strategy Game Hunter. I've done 2 dungeons so far. I've completed Lightning and I've completed Water. And I've completed this chest piece here that you see, which is related to the Zonai Labyrinth. The heavens grew lifeless just as the air below thinned. With the world in upheaval, we pledged to help the Lord. The god fell from heaven, stilling the Hebrew winds. Wonder who this would be. Line of ships soaring, built as a passage skyward. God ascended to heaven, leaving behind an ark. Its winds brought us new life, thanks to its great divine spark. Did I get out of the depths with or without warps? Without. I have had no problems with that. My first day exploring the depths, we found the places to get out with ascend. I did find one place in the depths that did not have a place to ascend, and luckily I had just enough zonite to build myself a machine to get out of there. So I did find one location that was a bit of a close shave, but so far we've been warpless. No problems with that. The Architect saved Rito Village a long, long time ago, so either it's the imprisoning war in this game, or it is... well... we'll see. We'll see. And... yeah, no, I had no trouble finding the locations to get out of the depths. That was no problem whatsoever. In fact, it was pretty easy, considering, you know, how originally I had people coming by saying, oh, but how are you going to get out of the depths? And it's no problem whatsoever. So, going down to the depths safely is no problem whatsoever either, even without a glider. There are many ways to do it. And yeah, we definitely noticed the terrain inversion as well. We definitely noticed it, in fact. That, you know, up is down and down is up, including rivers, canyons, etc., flipping with mountains. So, most of the adults aren't around anymore because of the weird weather, hence no cast riddles from the accordion so far. So where are the kids down here, then? Anyone want some salmon meunier? We heard it. Okay. Yeah, they're basically telling me that the adults are all upstairs. And by that I mean way, way upstairs. Let's see if we can acquire the frost gear here, though. We'll find that out. Yeah. Did it again. The beds are too soft and inviting. We're fine for now. I do want to buy some gear, though, and we'll plug in at the nearby shrine as well, which is not quite replaced the previous shrine because it's a little lower down, but we'll see about that. You need fish? We got plenty of fish. Yeah, no, I don't have money problems. In fact, we massively spent thousands and thousands of rupees on creating the player residence. And so I already sold off a lot of stuff to do that, and left some materials behind to exchange for gear when we want to pick up more gear. But I massively overspent on doing a huge build. New meals out of the recipe book. Fish pie with Staminoka bass. Yes. We've got Staminoka bass. We've got a tomato wheat goat butter rock salt. We'll give it to her. And sure, you can have it. Have I been to Kakariko? Yes, I was there pretty early. I didn't spend very long there, but I have been there. It was actually the last place I saw in Breath of the Wild when I was uncovering the map, but this game we passed by it pretty quickly. Oh, yeah. She wants to give me a meal, and once again, we're full up on meals, so... Let's see if there are... We need to buy some cane sugar just so we have some in reserve, because we have none. Oh, only 2? Okay. Fine. That's okay. We'll order some more at some point, and we'll also grab more arrows when we can. Let's see about the clothing. Oh, yeah, no, let's just... Oh, you know what? No, we can sell. Let's sell some food. And did I fix the economy? Yeah, I did that quickly. In fact, the gear that you get for that was some of the first gear I obtained. Let's not accidentally sell it. Yeah, because the gear from the Kakariko shop was easy. No problems with that. So... You know, it's funny because I feel like I've seen so little of this game, but at the same time, I've actually done quite a lot. And I sort of realize now that, you know, some players who have, in some respects, seen a lot more than I have with the main quest and main plot haven't seen even a fraction of the things that I've encountered in the world already, so... Alright, let's sell meals, because I need to clear space, and we don't need all of this. We don't need heat resistance anymore because we've got a full set. We probably don't need this much cold resistance. I massively overcooked this stuff earlier on. So maybe we can sell off a few things. Yeah, I just want to clear some slots. Some of those low-level stealth stuff. We've got full stealth sets. We're never going to use this. We might use the other one because it's pretty decent in hearts, but we just need to clear some space. The single point of slip resistance was a disappointment, and we'll eventually get the gear for that anyway, so let's just toss it. And... yeah, that's probably fine for now. We'll eventually sell off more cold resistance food, especially if we get the cold resistance gear. But for now, I want to keep it on hand in case we ever want to switch to snow boots. Like if we want to fight Ice Gleeok or something. If you need food like fish or mushrooms, we're fine for food. Anyway. Okay, great. Same with the other tunnel that we passed earlier, the cave where somebody else also wanted to give me food for completing a quest. And cold weather attack, yeah, I don't know if we'll ever really use it, but... okay, great. Want to be like Mama with the cookbook in the last game, yeah. Don't know why the Rito feels safe just leaving their kids behind in the wintertime, but... anyway, here's the gear shop. Let's see the prices. 500... 1,650, so that's going to be 2,150. Yeah, we can sell enough to do that. And the boots, or trousers rather, are lowest priority because that's the part that I always want to swap out with snow boots anyway. So we'll prioritize these. We'll want to get a whole set, but let's see how much we have to sell. We'll sell some monster parts too because I don't have that many gems. After spending... not so much else. Even colder on top of the mountain, hence you need 2 pieces plus snow boots. Let's see what we have. Yeah, we'll sell some of these down to 3 each. And we'll sell monster parts to fill in the rest. Then... yeah. We don't know what the fairy upgrade costs are yet, so I'm being cautious before we oversell things. But some things can clearly go. We spent so many Boko guts already. Let's see. Well, it's not spending the big boss stuff, obviously. We need the requests. But if we have some other things... like, look at this. This is 15 each. Lizalfo's Talon. We can easily ditch tons of these. Like, ditch about 50 of these or something. maybe even more than that. For like 1,500 or so. Actually, you know what? We have so many of these. I mean, unless the gear upgrades cost like 50 a piece or something, we're probably fine. And Lizalfos are easy to kill, so. Oh, how much do we want in total? About 2150, so we want about 1,100 for this. Yeah, let's sell this much. Give ourselves a little padding just for good measure. Oh, and we're a little bit off, aren't we? 2150. Yeah, sure, we'll sell some fangs. We got so many of these. We'll give ourselves a bit of a buffer for things like ammunition later. And again, hoping that we don't require like 100 apiece for gear sets later. Caves all the time, yeah. Okay, let's buy up the whole set. We're pretty much not going to use the trousers because snow boots are just going to be better in these conditions. But okay, so here's a snow coal set. No set bonus yet, but usually set bonuses, at least in Breath of the Wild, came with some further upgrade tiers. So, just to make things convenient in this zone, we'll probably stick with that and go snow boots. And yeah, not as fancy as the CC had, but I don't want to micromanage gear right now, so let's just leave it. Okay, we're outfitted. We're looking good. Let's do a shrine. Okay. Ride the winds. That looks potentially like they want me to do the glider. I bet Spring Shield actually could have covered the first gap here. Yeah, this looks like it's glider required. Because you can have one Spring Shield, but it's not going to help you for the second gust if you have to ride it over, so. I can kind of tell immediately this is going to be Shrine number 4 that we can't do yet. Because you can't take out anything inside a shrine, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Alright, we'll have to dish it for now. This will be number 4 that I can't do. We've in general been able to find alternate solutions for a lot of stuff like that. Usually involving Spring plus Shield, for instance. Or other solutions like that. Or using recallable objects. But that looked very much like it was going to require the glider in multiple spots, so... Sometimes you can just kind of tell right away. And you know, that's not too bad. We've done 74 shrines so far. Cherry tree up here. What marker did we even use for cherry trees before? I don't even know. Because we had some system for designating them. Because of course they're the cave observation locations, and so... I don't know if we had a particular... symbol that I was using. The thing about some of these symbols is that they just overlap each other too much. Because, you know, we're using star for miscellaneous in so many locations now, and that's probably excessive. Oh, I hit this with a star because this was the location where we missed a quest earlier. A dutiful inventory. Anyway, let's keep going. Again, I don't really have the materials to ascend too high here right now, but we'll see what we can do. In that I don't think I'm really capable of getting all the way up to the sky just yet, but let's head on up. Oh right, because we fell down for the shrine, yeah. Okay, so we got gear. We will then just continue. See how high we can go before we run into trouble. I do have just enough cash in terms of zonite to build the quad rotor if we want to go up, but we'll see once I've... Yeah, this is originally the flight departure platform. We'll see what happens. There's a waterfall over here that if you fly into it you can ascend. That's one solution if you just kind of head up there instead of going straight up. This is icy all the way, so if you have the anti-slip clothing you could probably climb it, but you don't, so... Yeah, I don't think I'll go up to the Wind Temple right away. We mostly just wanted a cold weather gear for now and wanted to start getting into the ferry upgrades, but we'll come back for this. There was a quest to fill over here. Let's take a look at that one first. You can use ice fruit, yeah. We've got ice fruit. No problem. Wait, chew jelly? Yeah, we have that too. Plenty. Let's take the ice fruit. We're actually better on chew jelly at this point. In fact, let's just give you the chew jelly. And we know that this is tutorial content. Because it's pretty clear that the tutorial path in this game wants to point towards this. It's the first port of call. We will gladly take more arrows now. I was stocking so many arrows, we have almost 300 now. So we can spend a lot longer in the depths later on. The priority order I was going for was fairy fountain upgrades if we could unlock them, and then probably
That's not fair at all. You know I can handle
depths
it.
after that, so we can get more vehicle parts.
Wouldn't be hard. I could even do it alone. If we don't do anything, the village...
Right, this was the kid from the flight training course in the first game.
Is that you?
That is absolutely me.
It is you! Link!
I completely forgotten his name, to be honest. But it would be awkward to say so, so I'm glad that it just appears in front of him, like it does for major characters. And here's Tiba, who is playable in Age of Calamity, but isn't as interesting as Revali. Now to Rito Elder in place of the old owl guy. Fully fledged in a very literal sense. Anyway, he doesn't particularly believe in the Stormwind Arc, which is probably related to the Wind Temple, but We shall see. We know the song. We've heard it already. The village was saved thanks to a great flying ship. That probably is just a wind temple itself, but we'll find out. Well, too bad you decommissioned the divine beast. That would be kind of useful right about now. A shrine up there as well. Yeah, one mystery too is how we deal with the thunderstorm in the south eventually, so. Can't fly there yet. Okay. There's hearth. We'll see. 2 bonfires. Yeah, we can reach that. No problem. We can just fly there, in fact, but... Oh, we got a main quest ping. And we'll see. I doubt we'll follow this through all the way. Can I take these? I guess not. Oh! Why, thank you. Now we have 300. We absolutely were a bit scarce. There is hope yet. Yes, there is. Okay, so they're not just abandoning children, luckily. And yeah, I guess we need to get the ship up and running. And yet we've got multiple layers of cold resistance at this point, so no issues there. However, let's attack the shrine. It's totally off. Oh, we already tagged that one, so that's good. We'll untag the quest. We don't particularly want objective markers. Yeah, so we have a target location all the way over there. I'm pretty sure it's reachable by land anyway, since it's all the way around. So let's just keep going up for now. Rivali's Landing. This was the old Elder Hut. Never mind what happened to the last fellow. Alright, kinda wonder if we can ascend through this somehow, given... that it is pretty icy up top, and we may or may not be able to reach it. Oh, look at that. There we go, all the way up top. Easy. Obviously, we're going to check for Koroks. We'll probably just use this as a flight point. Oh, look at that. Yeah, very convenient. This has got to be a Korok. Yahaha. Yahaha. Well, Again, we're seriously short on rockets, but given that we might want some for forward propulsion, maybe we can go wing plus propeller and see if we can get all the way over to that shrine. We do know that at some point there's going to be a geoglyph somewhere in the area we want to hit as well. And we can just gradually make our way back to the quest location, which... let's see how close that is. Yeah, it's kind of a long way. Anyway, so we know that Snow Labyrinth is somewhere around here. And that there was a geoglyph that was around here, actually. Yeah, Snow Labyrinth was in fact close to this area. So let's just fly over and then probably wrap around and just explore this zone a little more. Oh, no, no, no. Hang on. I didn't mean to walk off like that. Well, so much for the flight. That's the problem with using the scope. Occasionally I move with the scope without knowing it. Sometimes it's drift, sometimes it's just carelessness. As was the case here, and we're just going to experience the Blood Moon here anyway. Alright. Well, at least we know it's fairly easy to get back up there as long as you get over to the Rito village in the first place. Because I was really hoping to just fly out of there and go, but we might have saved ourselves some vehicle parts this way, so no complaints there. As we get into the Blood Moon, spend some stamina.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon
We should in fact
shines
switch
upon the
to
land.
some swimming gear. Just for stamina conservation. Let's do that. Because we're starting to run a bit low and might even need some stamina food. Okay, much better. Just make sure we can get out and land our feet somewhere. We'll just climb out after that. Okay, let's find some flat ground. Not flat, but you know, gentle incline here so we can just refresh stamina for a bit. Okay. Now we'll just go climbing speed and snow boots. Again. If we can find them. Pretty good climbing speed buff, even though with just one piece of that set. Yeah, we can go out here without too many issues. Let's not expend too much stamina too quickly, of course, just in case we run into issues. Then I guess we'll scratch the original plan, which was to just fly off the top and continue, but also because from there that would have been an excellent vantage point from which we could have built a vehicle. But again, we're so short on parts that we should come back here for vehicle builds when we have recovered more zonite from the depths. Because I suspect I'll want to do a fair bit of vehicle building to get around various aerial segments. Anyway, now though, we made it over here, which is fine. Let's, oh, we're gonna camp. Let's put on a Boko hat. And some snow cool gear. Let's see what we can do. It's just a leader that's silver, everybody else is red, so, or blue. So this should be an easy series of snipes. Yeah, let's just take the camp so we can loot the silver and loot the chest as well. Okay. Oh, wrong bow. I was going to pick up some weapon. Okay. Let's actually just drop some fire on him. And are we going to stay on the Talus Hammer? Let's go with this one. Oh, Lizzle Reaper, yeah. Yeah, he's going to probably hit pretty hard if I don't treat him carefully here. Get some knockback on the bow. If we can. Would be nice to get a jump on him, obviously. Let's just get him on this ledge for a moment. Pretty simple. Expended too many arrows on that, but, you know, it could be a better shot sometimes. We do see more bows here to replace that 5 damage bow. That's not doing much for me. Let's just replace the existing Lizzle Reaper. It's the same weapon. I mean, it's just that we restore its durability, and so don't need to worry too much about damage. Smash some chests, loot some hearts. Everything's fine. Everything's dandy. That's just a Lizzle Reaper over here. We could have actually just used the old weapon to smash some chests, but, you know, we'll do things the long way. Just because that's what we do. Okay. Yeah, it's done. And where was the firelit point that we were supposed to hit in the first place? What's that one over here? Let's check it. Yeah, sure, it's quest content, but I don't mind. I'm not putting absolutely everything off. Just some of it. Oh, and there's a sign. Let's prop up the sign. I feel like that boulder is probably Korok related in some fashion, but we'll deal with it. Construct's over there as well, that's good, we can loot more parts. You have my support? Yes, we do. Do we have arts? We can use those. Let's insert some. Need something thin. This isn't going to fit in the middle slot here, which is what we were hoping for. At least I don't think it will. No. There is a notch in the middle that prevents that. That's okay, because we do have some other means. Such as, for instance, using something thin like a wheel. No, not like that. No, that would work actually. The idea is that something like the wheel would in fact fit in that slot to hold it up. But we couldn't insert it this way, we'd have to... Oh, we can actually totally insert it on top and then just... You know what? Let's just take out the wheel for a moment. Basically, we can just kind of lodge it in here. Stick it. Let's check out the rotation first. And get it into position. Yeah, you just dock it in here and bind it in place with a couple of different attachment points. Like we'd want to do on below if we could, but I don't imagine it will stick. Let's see. If we can stick it from below, then yes, but let's check my angle here. Oh, no. Okay, it doesn't. Yeah, ideally it would just have a piece stick from below and then go that way, but failing that, we will tug these back accordingly. One side over here and one on the other side, and we'll just prop those up. Not the most elegant way to do this, but it will work. That's why it's not the most elegant way to do this. That's okay, that's because we're then going to support that properly. At some point. Now, let's just see if we can get the triangles going here. And that way on the other side as well. I could have also just grabbed the falling block over there from the sky. That would have resolved a number of these issues. But instead, go like this. That actually might be stable, but we'll see. It feels like it needs maybe an additional piece. Yeah, it's totally fine. Absolutely stable. Nice and quick. I guess if you're fully loaded with cold resistance gear, then that would be the right thing to eat, just to get through the fights as efficiently as possible in this area. But let's check the hut and talk to Dorito. That works as a landmark. Yeah, it does. Our Trailhead Lodge. Let's take a look at the diary. Oh, grab some wood. Stormwind Arc Legend. Oh, will this be the Proto-Rito Sage? Or is this somebody else entirely? I mean, it could also just be Zelda having fallen in the past. We just need to gather lots of material. Maybe we just need to chop tons of wood. And they had to come home. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure we'll get to see this place. And yeah, we've heard the song already. Let's also switch off from the Boko hat for a moment. When I played Breath of the Wild originally, the Rito Zone was the first one that I did, and so the cold weather set that we just bought was actually my first gear set in the game, so something nostalgic about putting on the snow quill headdress again. Sky monsters, yeah. He's a mighty little warrior. It's a wind gust technique. Interesting. Oh, because he will be the one who assists me, I'm sure. The Wind Temple. With a special power. I was kind of expecting Teva to be the one. No, but I guess it'll be the kid instead. As the Sage of Winds. We'll see if we want to do this now. Bonfire at the mouth of the cave, yeah.
Ah.
Speaking of which, so the quest log doesn't just keep blinking around, we'll just mark through the Kingdom of Hyrule. What is this stuff? Oh, we know exactly what that is. It's just to mark ones, though. We'll just toss them in the machine and trade them for cooking pots or something. We'll loot as much of this as we can. If we can. Not so close. Yeah, I'm trying not to. Alright. Now where's the landmark? Yes, it does. What did they build over there? A sky view tower. Not that we can activate it yet. So they do light up. I actually didn't know that, not having activated one yet. Anyway. Here we are. Let's go for the shrine that we were trying to fly to in the first place. Very different from the first game in some ways, but we'll see how it looks and what we encounter. Got a little cave over there, but we are principally going to be looking at that shrine. Sure, let's talk. This is burnable. This is a passage that you'll later. Unbelievable. And No, we have no issues with the cold because we're fully kitted. We should actually check this location first. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, it looks like these platforms are fairly low and reachable by vehicle. They really don't seem very far at all if you look at the draw distance here, so... Might even be able to get up there pretty quickly. But we'll see. I'm supposed to get inside. Oh, we lift everything with the Ultra Hand or bomb it. Easy. Not gonna use a bomb flower for this. Of course not. We'll get our second one here. Simple, you see? No problem. Are they going to acknowledge this, or do I actually need to go in? Okay, no problem. Tons of opal here too, which is nice. In fact, I should bomb this remaining bit of rocket too, just in case we loot even more for our trouble. Nope, guess not. We will, of course, eventually want to find the regional dragon skeleton as well, which we haven't done. Let's not stand too close to the bomb flower as we try to mine our way through. We got some glowing fish here. Who robs cave fish of their sight? Collecting food in that cave. Yeah, we know about the bonfire. We just want to see the place and proceed further in if we can. Okay, got that. And that's another one for the bag. It's pretty much going to be it for this cave, I think. We can ascend over it, but I was still exploring in this direction, so keep going. Jillfin trout. Anyway, all pretty simple. And more weapons we don't need. Google, nope. It's okay. Probably just continue this way. Yeah, we actually should have ascended out of that, but that's okay. We'll keep going because I do want to make it up to that shrine anyhow. But sure, let's try ascension just to see where it gets me and to gain some elevation instantly. So it might be fun. See how high this will take me. Quite high. Yeah, look at this. This is very easily reachable. Got a shrine up here as well. I bet one of our rotor-based vehicles would do it just fine, as that it would lose the parts as soon as I enter the shrine, of course. So we don't want to do that just yet until we've had a chance to explore a bit more. But I bet we could get there with no issues. Especially if we start even higher. Indeed, this mountain goes high enough that... Yeah, the elevation's so good here that we could just get over by glider even. And just continue our way of ascension. We can probably approach that very cheaply. But we should hit this shrine across the way first, but we'll do what satisfies our curiosity. How do we get all the way to the top? Let's see if there's a Korok or anything else. Possibly up the flagpole. That is a fairly natural place to attempt. Also, boss Boko fight coming. Here in the snow. Got a couple of enemies there with ice ammo. Let's hope they don't notice me at this range. Yeah, because we got a silver back there. We'll see, because this looks very much like it should be a Korok location, but... What is the silver one even holding in his backpack? In fact, it's... just a lot of arrows by the looks of it. Anyway, let's check this. I haven't really fought a silver boss Boko in a while, so... probably pick a fight. Nothing, okay. Well. Oh, here they are. Let's try to get a jump on them if I can. I'll also even put on the Boko hat just so they don't aggro me immediately. Yeah, since we've got cold resistance to spare. Definitely want to take out some of those guys quickly. Maybe even sneak. Just loot this as soon as possible. And just clear his backpack of any ammunition that I don't want to deal with. These guys are totally blind, luckily. Come on, let me loot. Chill shrooms. Yeah, we probably do want to deal with the ice ammo guy as well. All this time I've been trying to sneak strike these guys as well, and I never really did manage it. Unfortunately, it's not going to get the one shot on the silver. Let's figure out which weapon we want to use. Yeah, let's go with Lethal Reaper. Let's see if I can swipe him. Because we can knock him out quickly. The rest will follow. Just that we always miss when we try to do this. Yep. What I was saying. Okay, let's not get iced. Alright. Let's go lightning. Actually, fire would have been great. Let's get to jump over here. Arming these guys with fire weapons is of course a terrible idea, but... Oh, no wonder the arrow shots didn't work. These guys are just shielded all over. If Rishu would like to help me, that would be nice. And we'll see about a silver pattern. Got a long spear on him, so let's stay at range. If we can. Draw him in for a moment. Knock him down. Oh, it's stamina limited all of a sudden. Okay. Nice big head for me to shoot. Bow's starting to get a little worn out, but that's okay. 4 damage spear, but that's okay. It's it'll be pretty easy to dismatch. Spent a lot of arrows, of course, but that's just for safety's sake. Got some guts off of him, which is nice. We've got lots of ice to potentially melt over there, so we'll get over there and see what we can accomplish. But yeah, we gained so much height here that platforms are no issue whatsoever. We see, in fact, another shrine all the way over there on the cliff side, which I don't think we... Oh no, that's the one at Dorito Village. We've seen that. We know we can't do it. But yeah, look at this. This is easily reachable. You can do it with a fan plane, probably. Probably with a control stick though to gain height, but yeah, I think a single fan plane with a control stick might be able to do it. Single fan plane might be able to do it, but I find that elevation gain is always a bit tricky with those. So, I mean, we can attempt it right now. It's just that we'd need to get back down afterwards, and I think I'd probably want to continue exploring, but. Of course, this shrine is over here, but that shrine's easy to return to afterwards if we choose to do it second. So let's melt this stuff first, just to see what we can loot. This also seems like... nope, nothing. Yeah, we'll just stand here. With our little bokoblin crouch. Switch out of that. Yeah, and we'll just stand here until it melts. That's why having a fire weapon on hand is kind of nice, even if it's just too fancy to actually use against anybody. Totally is an enemy trapped inside there, by the way. Put the hat back on. Totally is an enemy. We'll kill it. After we melt down everything else around it, of course. Look at that, who knows how long it's been encased. Here, all alone. Easy. We'll switch to Royal. We'll melt this too. Not sure what this will be. We'll find out. Also, what a conspicuous looking rock. Anyway, we'll just stand here for a moment, melt things down, see how they go. I don't know if this will be anything whatsoever, but we'll everything just in case. And yeah, there are faster ways to do this, but we won't take them. Yeah, more ice that we could potentially use on a weapon tip. We'll steam the place up. Don't know what we'll get this time either. But we just stand next to it. Talon's heart will do its job. And look at that, it looks like it is a frozen hunk of meat. Eating it as is will provide a temporary boost to your heat resistance. I bet we can thaw it too. Because we don't really need heat resistance. We just thaw it somewhere. We're not in the ice zone. In fact, we just stand around it. Oh, I guess we can't really drop it anymore. Yeah, we can't actually drop it. Yeah, it is related to something, but we'll determine that later. Again, we can go for that shrine first, but it is kind of across the way and should be easier to reach once we come back down, so I think we will actually do a quick attempt at some vehicle flight. Get up there. Possibly even up to the shrine if we can do it. Yeah, because I got a fan plane. Even a single fan. The control stick would get pretty far here. So At the appropriate vantage point. Elevation gain's nice. Let's take out some parts. Control stick does add some weight, but the nice thing about it is that the elevation gain is just much easier to manage, especially with the fans parked at the back. So, build it this way. And not like that, obviously. This thing's gonna pitch like crazy. It's totally asymmetrical, which is a massive liability. Okay, we need to lay this flat somewhere. Hang on. Yeah, if you're descending or going straight for a short stretch, you don't quite need to do this with a glider, but I want to gain some height. Hopefully the single propeller will suffice, and we'll find out very quickly if it doesn't. We'll lift this up. Then we're going to set it down. And balance it somewhere. Try to get back in position. Just in case the elevation gain gets me into trouble in terms of temperature. Yeah, so the snow totally imposes some weight that makes it difficult to fly. I think that's consistently turned out to be the case now. That we were pitching forward like crazy earlier too. But it might also be the case that I need additional fans to compensate for the weight of the stick. So let's try to fly back here for a minute and maybe... Yeah, because the control stick does add a fair bit of weight, so let's do this again. I'm going to start at a lower elevation here. And that's why it's typically with a triple fan. We could also get some thrust for the rocket, but yeah, I guess... I don't know, I'm kind of reluctant to use too many fans on this, but we'll do what we can to actually compensate here with weight. Possibly even move the control stick back a little bit so it's not so front-loaded. But yeah, between this and the flight that we had earlier, I really do feel like the snow actually does weigh things down in ways that we should be aware of. Which is why maybe this is deceptively simple. We can try with two fans too, of course, and just... add as we go. Power consumption is not going to be an issue here. I'm just being frugal with parts. Just need a little bit more power. That looks fairly even to me. Also, no, let's face... in the correct direction. Didn't I say I'd pull the control stick back a little bit? I did, didn't I? Yeah, no, it totally pitches forward. Consistently so, in fact. So, let's turn back. This isn't going to work, and the wing's going to expire anyway, so. Let's crash it quickly. I think we'll go for the quad rotor. It requires a little bit of zonite. And 2 more wings. But it should work better over this distance and against that much resistance. And it's also not going to run into durability problems, which I should have remembered before attempting the second flight. Let's just ditch this for a moment. And yeah, we can totally do it. Spending all my fans already after saying I wouldn't. Now, do we want this drone design or this one? We're going forward a little bit. Let's go this one. Because I do want to land it accurately, and we don't want to completely overshoot. Okay, once again we're down to very little zonite, but that's because we are positioning ourselves towards going back to the depths as soon as I'm able. Oh, look at that ice Cleok again. Didn't expect another one here. I kinda don't want to get within its range and fight it. Also, we totally forgot batteries. We do need batteries in this. Let's not pull it yet. This flight... What's the distance here? 2 batteries, probably. How are we doing on those? Decent. They're going to balance the device one day. Or unevenly consumed, but it's okay. I think my estimate here should be correct when it comes to battery power. Quite correct, in fact. Probably need an additional charge on top of this, but how do we land safely and quickly? Yeah, we'll need a little bit more power, just a tiny bit. See how many regular charges we have left. Not that much power, just a little bit. We'll get a first landing and continue from there. That was some additional batteries. Yeah, maybe one additional one. One additional one. There we go. We've got a balloon that's provided here too, that's excellent. If we want to use that for some reason, and some rockets, which is nice. Because then we have some initial elevation gain on this. I mean, I did go to the trouble of building this device myself, and the problem with using balloon plus rocket is that I can't really land out of it. So I think we actually do want to keep our current configuration. Now we can attach some rockets if we want, but... Oh, and there's a construct. Well, let's fight it. Let's get a vehicle within range so I don't lose it. But then let's fight it. And we'll put it in the arena so we don't lose it. We can get a couple of initial shots on its arm if we're careful. It's coming over. We'll just try to pelt it a couple times and get a bit of an advance on the fight. Want it to come closer? Oh, it's Flux Construct 1. It's not even going to be a problem. It's not even going to get a hit on me. Sniped. Zero problem with that. It's not even worth looting the core, I think, given how well we did. We hadn't actually found a level 1 in quite some time. I already found a treasure shown in this old map. Yeah, so it looks like the maps probably do lead you largely to things like the personalized charges or to the mining gear. And the maps do correspond to specific treasures, it looks like, not just to X's that are marked in any kind of random order. Something green above there. Looks like it might be bottom of the shrine, perhaps. Can also be an ascension point. Anyway, we're going to probably take the quad rotor up. I might rearrange it, but I also don't want to lose the platform. But that's okay because we have more balloon platforms to work with, so let's... Maybe... Yeah, the implication here was that you're supposed to use a balloon and probably take it up the slot. It's not a slot. But take it up to this location and latch on and ascend or something. We're not going to do that. We're going to probably veer our way upwards and then descend softly. Do I even need a battery for this? Might not. Depending on how well we land. It's a pretty short flight, potentially. Well, maybe we do. Hang on, let's descend for a moment. Let's go one battery. Let's be safe. And just to conserve charges. Yeah, going straight up, in fact, with the old design might have been more power efficient here, but we'll do it this way. Do I actually not need that flux score? Let's check. I actually don't need that flux score, I think. It might be better than a Talus hammer, but nah, we'll keep it. We'll keep our mining weapons. And we'll pull up and head on up. This battery's going to expire pretty quickly. We might once again need some additional charges, but let's just fly over and see. It's gonna be a close call. Let's use them just in case. I want to leave some charges available, of course. Oh, we looted a bunch just now, so no problem. Drop it on the ice over here. And I mean really drop it on the ice. It was a clean surgical battle, yeah. Just needed to pass me a scalpel. And yeah, we're down to 2 Zonite in the bank again because I can't resist doing some vehicle flights from time to time. And yeah, once again, we can probably just smash this. Because that's what you do with your vehicles, right? You just use them to break the ice. Just love the flexibility of the physics system in this game. Also, glad we saved some charges because, as expected, there's a dispenser. We'll just drag the vehicle with us. We'll lose it at the shrine, of course, but it might even be worthwhile to fly a little further just to see what's up there before we do that. But let's save our current position first. Well, yeah, no, I already know multiple locations to get down to the depths. And, of course, 2 Zonite is fine as long as you don't take the entrance to the depths where you can't get out without a vehicle. That was where it was absolutely critical. I had minimum 3 Zonite when I had that a couple days ago. Anyway, this thing projects you up to a certain location. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm just going to go up here. I'm going to get reasonably close to the shrine. And again, I think it makes sense to try to move up to the next island first. Just to see what we can do with it. Since this will be our best opportunity. We're not going to deal with this right now. I don't think we actually need it. I mean, yeah, if you put a wing on top of it or something, it would probably send you up to that other island, but we're not doing it that way, so. Let's see what this drops. And let's make sure we're seeing everything. Yep, only these items. More rockets is in fact very much appreciated after I've previously run down my stash, but now we're really short on fans, so we have to be careful about my remaining available vehicles. Particularly if we decide to go for that platform first and then come down for the shrine, which is currently what I'm hoping to do. It's a short flight, we can do it. Don't even need batteries for it. Yeah, I've been mostly spending Zonite on these platforms, in fact, because the durability limit is such a liability when it comes to wings and balloons and the like that it's better just not deal with it. Let's head on up. There might even be a Korok on these smaller islands, but we find those a little more difficult to get to, so. Make it? I think we should. Pitch forward. Nice. Maps? Sage's Will? I don't know. More maps. We have this one already. Yes. Okay, second in a row. We managed to borrow the game and a Switch from a friend since they finished it. And you're goofing off with the engine? Yeah, that's the way to do it. I mean, it's not like I'm exactly playing for a story either, given how long I'm taking with it, but... yeah. So yeah, when we use the scope, we need to not accidentally walk off at ledges in first person. We've already done that once today. I feel like that's probably a Korok point or something in that tree, but we'll not be able to land accurately enough to get it right now, so it's not. Let's just go back down to the shrine instead. Unless there's an additional point I want to hit right away. Probably not. Not with my current power supply. Yeah, you can't quite lose elevation with these, but you can get reasonably close if you drop it. Whoops. That hurt. Yeah, you can, of course, accidentally smash up your vehicles, as I have discovered in the past, but we're not doing too much damage yet. And like I said, we will lose it when we're at Shrine anyway, which means we'll need to get some kind of safe dive down below afterwards. So yeah, actually, given that we'll lose the vehicle to Shrine, I think at this point we can probably ditch it, but... there is that location up above. I almost think, for the sake of keeping the vehicle, that I should actually just forego the Shrine for now, but this... maybe a bit high up. Because I won't really have the parts to rebuild this afterwards until I'm down in the depths for another excursion. That's a bit further away though. Yeah, I feel like I can't quite make that on my current resources, so... well, unless something else really interesting presents itself, I think for the time being. Also, what's down there? What is that? It was just fallen platforms? Was that a wood stash? I think that was just material stash. Down below. Yeah. We'll need to find an appropriate point to jump down from here, but luckily with the skydive nets that we got previously, it will be somewhat easier. So we see something over there that looks kind of like a geoglyph. We tagged this one previously. Oh, that's the one that I kind of tagged as being over here. I think that's probably a more accurate tag. Yeah, because I was kind of eyeballing where this would be based on the map. So yeah, now that we have an accurate tag, we'll take that instead. Yeah, me and my heavy appetite for Zonai. Well, I mean, we're not playing with the glider, right? So it does mean I'm building things constantly. Anyway, we'll have to say goodbye to the vehicle for now because I do want to hit the shrine. And we'll likely just head back down and continue adventuring. But we checked this off right away, so... that'll be nice because we're pretty close to our next upgrade. And the health pool is increasing rapidly. To the point that the full replenishment of foods might start to become efficient. more than defense. Whoop. Oh, I see. He's using a shield flamethrower. That's fine. And that's hitting me like crazy. Let's heal up. I mean, might as well put up the heat resistance too, even though it's not going to be fireproofing necessarily. Yeah, we'll need to whack this guy. Here's what's going to happen. Oh, he's immune to ice. Or, well, he's shielding, so. And he's using weapons that will not be vulnerable to lightning either. Whoops. Basically, I want him to raise his shield, and then we can start using the arrow. Come on, get over here. Or I'll just whack him. Might be out of power internally. But there is an internal power meter of some sort, which there might not be. Yeah, there's a flame emitter shield. We actually already have our own flame emitter shield. But we can use this one to save durability. We'll just remember to trade it out. We don't even need to do this, in fact, because we just have our ice weapon for melting things by standing on them. So we don't even need to engage with that mechanic. Although this is clearly a dungeon that's supposed to teach you all about using zone ice shield effects like that. And in the worst case, we have a flame emitter shield, so I've just been very minimal about using shields at all. Can't pick it up. But we can walk around it. Okay, let's switch weapons now, so we don't just expend this before we're ready. You want this guy to attempt to do this so we can whack him. Looks like you're supposed to use this to shield against all this stuff. Oh, I see. No, you shield into it. And then you can walk through. Possibly hit some kind of switch to get back out. That's probably just used the panel. Bypass that entirely. Also, yeah, you can once again just stand here patiently with the Talus hammer. And as expected. Probably not something we have room for, but we'll check it. Okay, it is something we have room for. Something valuable. Oh, come on. Rotate. There we go. And yeah, that guy looks pretty snipeable to me. So we'll snipe him. Oh, whoops. No. What we'll do is we'll create a platform that I can jump off before we get into rockets or anything. Let's create a ledge. I said. Create a ledge. So we're not just heading straight down that ramp. There we go. And probably use that platform in conjunction with rockets to go upstairs. see some shields here too. Oh, I bet this is teaching you the rocket bounce with the shield. I bet that's what it is. I bet that's what it is. Well, I don't want to lose one of my existing shields, but I'm sure the rockets are one use anyway. I want to spend your ability to test this out. Yes, we do. Oh, wait, that's how it works. That is not what I expected. Yeah, it goes straight up. You don't... it goes straight up when you activate the shield. It's not that you need to do a shield surf or anything. That's very neat. Good thing we had a ferry. Okay. That's really neat. I feel like we should grab more rockets that way. You know what? We could use that all over the place. Significant height gain. Why didn't we consider that before? I'm surprised I hadn't discovered that myself up to this point, given how we had been doing some things like, you know, rocket spears and such. I think it's because I naturally assumed that it would either launch a rocket or use for a shield surf or something, but that's quite nice, and I guess maybe with the Zonite shield you get the power boost off of it as well. Although we're starting to cut its durability at this point, so let's not mess with it too much. Let's just get out of here. It would be nice to maybe latch another rocket on while we still have access, but I think we'll stay here. Well, that's what tutorial shrines do, is they do fill in a couple of gaps every now and then. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't discover that myself. But there you are. Well, add that to the repertoire. Okay, now we do need to, at this point, dive off the platform and try to land safely somewhere. We do have a stash of ferries in the worst case, but it's better if I get some kind of water landing. Let's swim out of that. Oh, got a couple of hover platforms down there, I see. For the kind of people who have a glider, I suppose. Plenty of hover platforms, in fact. Is that a balloon that's on top of that? I think it might be. For people who are going up the slow way from way down below. I didn't realize it was this far up high. Considering that we just, you know, did a straight flight from one of the mountains. That does look like water down below, though, so we'll probably just take the skydive. If we can. You've been waiting so long for me to find this mechanic that was shown in the preview videos, yeah. I didn't know that. I had one thing that was apparently in the trailers that was spoiled for me, which was using a recall to raise these stones that fall from the sky. I probably would have discovered that eventually. But that was one thing that I do feel like was a bit spoiled. Yeah, strategy game hunter, that could cause problems. I learned the hard way about milk expiry. That it's one of the expiry dates I take most seriously because, you know, I had a bad experience with messing with it. But anyway, hope you don't have too many problems. Yeah, I think we're just going to dive straight down, which I've rarely ever done deliberately, but we know we're close to water, we know we want to get over to this shrine. We'll be fine. As long as I can see where I'm going. And we have a ferry anyway, I'm not actually that concerned. Is this water? This is totally not water. Look at that, there's a bomb rock over there, though. Let's go for that. Let's switch to swimming clothes first. And yeah, any user actually didn't remember who it was that spoiled the recall stone. But I guess if you wanted to claim credit for that. But yeah, I hadn't watched any of the trailers since the title announcement of this game. I did watch some of the ones from previous years that showed off things like the Ascend power for the first time, but it was very satisfying to discover, so this thing was a rocket. It's been equally satisfying to use a lot of my own builds here and there. Oh look, it's an updraft that I'm not going to use. Of all the things to get me out of here. There's a little dock over there. That might be interesting, because maybe I can construct a boat from there. Which I can already do if I just have a panel and a control stick and a fan, but I don't want to use too many fans. We wanted to get up to the shrine, though, so I think we'll probably just do the climb anyway. We know we can ascend out of that. In fact, an ice platform down below would allow me to ascend from there. And get over there easily, so we might actually do that. Hang on. Am I on target? I'm not on target. That's too bad. Unfortunately, I don't have a guster weapon or something that I can use to walk further. I guess we can always just spin more chew jelly, whatever. We can get more. And we can now use the second platform to move the first platform, if necessary. Yeah, 2 chew jelly for saving that much climbing time. I'll take it. I'll take it gladly. Let's switch back to cold cure and snow boots if we can. And actually, no, climbing gear. Let's do that. Yeah, let's just climb it. Anyway, we'll just keep going. You know, I was watching the preview content for Starfield earlier today, because there was the big 40-minute featurette on Starfield. I'm not really a big Bethesda person necessarily, but I do catch up on their games from time to time, and I remember that I actually do have a Skyrim file from years and years back on my Switch, where I'd put a couple dozen hours into Skyrim. And I actually never went to Whiterun, which is the big capital at the center of the map that's part of the tutorial path. Nor did I ever get the Dragon Shout or whatever, even though I collected several Dragon Shouts from dungeon crawling. So basically, that tells you a lot about my playstyle. That I was thinking about how in Skyrim as well, I was also completely ignoring main quest content and just running around the world doing my own thing. And if Starfield is amenable to that, as it probably will be, I would likely play the same way. One thing that would be nice to have, of course, is more inventory slots off of caching into Korok seeds. But I'm not going to spoil myself for where that is. It's probably along the tutorial path as well, as it was in the last game, but in the last game I also didn't find Hestu until I was holding over 100 Koroks. In this game I already have over 200. Anyway, yeah, so we'll just continue. Oh, yeah, this is the archery range in its full glory. I guess because it's not gusty, you can actually maybe even go into central column now, looking at it, or climb it anyway. Well, since this is the old archery range, let's climb over. You can actually hear a little bit of Rivali's theme from the first game here. As you would expect. Yeah, you're just traveling around a map and locking shrines. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't, you know, have any particular pressure to do the main quest or find out more about the story, then might as well just take things at your leisure. Like I've been saying, my intention originally... Oh, look, it's the old Rito leader. And never mind. Yep, thank you. Good old swallow bow. I mean, it's better than a constrict bow, I guess. We'll take it. I don't know if there's any particular reason to do the dive here, though, this time. We'll talk to him in a moment. So yeah, it was my intention, as I was saying much earlier in the stream, too. It's 200 shrines, not 200 shrines, hit 100% in shrines, and then do the final boss, but we have at this point skipped 4 shrines due to the lack of glider. And so I was thinking originally, you know, eventually we'll compromise on the glider, we'll clean up the shrines, then we'll do the finale. But it might be interesting to make a first attempt at the finale gliderless when we get there, just to see if it can be done. And if it can't, we'll find out, right? But that would mean that I would attempt the ending eventually without getting 100% in shrines first. And then we'd mop it up and then we'll try it again, right? But we'll see. When we're closer to that and when we've completed a lot more shrines as well as all of the dungeons, we'll see how we feel about that. I kind of wonder about these drops nowadays too. Into the deep abyss, now that a few things now are actually bottomless pits, since many of them, like the one under that big Gerudo region tower, now actually do in fact lead to the depths. But the central column over here, I bet there's a Korok or something on top if you really wanted to climb it. But let's talk to him. Let's see what's going on. How many arrows am I sitting on? 260? We did spend quite a few. Anyway, glad to see this guy too, even though he's also decided to follow his Zora counterpart and semi-retiring. Or fully retiring. I guess if you complete the main quest to the extent of lifting the blizzard, then something will be restored here as a minigame. So. Yeah, so it's like with the sandstorm in the Gerudo region, you do need to do some quest content first. And then there will be some kind of major state change here. Anyway, let's go up to that shrine so we can complete it. And then we'll probably look for some of the regional geoglyphs as well, since we're in the area. The intention at the beginning of the stream was to, now that we've become an accredited journalist, start working on the Great Ferries. Get some gear, and then from there, hit the depths again, but as you can see, nothing ever quite goes according to the original plan. Once we get distracted by more interesting activities and possibilities that unravel in front of us. We still can't activate any of the towers, so we'll just walk around these natural defenses. And head back over to the other side. Down a slope and back up again. Probably. So many defensive structures here. Oops, seems like overkill. I was trying to jump over that. It did not go well. Yeah, let's just go up the hill. We've been here. A couple of ice keys over there. We'll take them out with a swallow bow, I suppose. We'll have a nice quick draw to it. What? I don't want to spend an eyeball just to trade for one. Let's smack it though. And then this guy's a little ice ammo, but we'll just smoke him. Ice chew over here. Let's get into a better vantage point. And then go swallow bow for small guys. Come on. There we go. Where's that other one? Oh. Losing control a bit here. Oh, we can probably blow this guy up and do a fall damage at point. Yeah, sure. You know what? Let's go. And then this little Reaper will finish him off without too much trouble, I would think. Oh, you know what? Let's see what this is. Okay, basically Wind Blade. Not as good as the Yiga Eightfold Blade, I think, but good enough. Yeah, because one thing that I've definitely felt way behind on is gear upgrades from the Great Ferry. Which is why I've been so archery dependent, because we've been fighting so many things at long range just to avoid mistakes that would smack down my whole health pool all of a sudden, but at this point our health pool is also a lot better than it used to be, so... Because, you know, after spending entirely on the rest of the stamina wheel, now we're back to loading up on hearts again, and it's coming in pretty quickly since we're back in an overworld again and completing so many shrines. Yeah, that guy's gonna die instantly to fire. This guy will die instantly. Well, not instantly, but die quickly to an arrow. Oh, you know what? Sure. Okay. I'll take it. Let's just head on up. And we'll head towards the summit and we'll try to get a view of where the northern geoglyphs are going to be. We never really did have much of a vantage point past this part of the horizon line, obviously, just looking at this from the southeast all this time. Do this quickly. Let's see how it goes. Aid from above. Yeah, hopefully we can take some fall damage here. This looks like another trapdoor. I wonder if we can go around it. I think we have to. It would drop me down below otherwise, but maybe that's just a tutorial for the trapdoors. As we see a required. Do it. Aid from above, you say. Now this is going to be an interesting spot here because it looks like it's heavily implying. No, we can totally make it over. Now because B is down and X is up, unfortunately running into a dash like you would in a platformer is not something you really do in this game. But well, there's a lengthy segment over here. What is this? Yep, thought so. Oh, you get trapped. Okay. Guess you need to jump over. Oh, okay. We missed a whole segment here, unfortunately. I just want to redo this shrine so we can see it on the other side. Okay. This is ascend. Maybe this allows you to get back to where you once belonged. We might dive right back into the shrine so we can see the optional objective. Not that it's likely to give me anything useful, but... I haven't done that with shrines previously, but here, since we quite obviously missed an entire segment, not knowing that it would be locked in like that would be worth a check. Anyway, quick and easy otherwise. That fills in my next prayer, although we need to get back to the Rito city, the Rito village to do it. Unless we hold off for much longer. Let's take another look. as well. And we'll just exit after that. Yeah, pretty simple all around. In case you don't know how to crouch by this point in the game, this is an incentive to learn it. Okay, right side this time. After the reminder that Ascend is a power that you have in this game. Eat from above, you say? Well, here's one thing we can do. Maybe we're able to drop into the other side. Let's try this for a moment. We raise ourselves up. Let's see if we can drop in. You can see what's going on from above, but you can't actually interact with it that way necessarily. What we can do is try to open up these traps and see. Oops. Yeah, because presumably you would actually need to ascend into that from below. Eventually, but that wouldn't explain why you have access to these blocks, though. Right, because you can just hold this open. Let's see if something is accessible. It looks like it's just a pit, though. But basically, you're allowed to preview this a bit. Perhaps open something else up from there. No, this looks like the only panel, though. So then this is interesting. It looks like you are implicitly allowed to go up over there and possibly hit something, but trying to figure it out. I think I did kind of have the right idea here previously. Doesn't give you quite enough height. Or you go up the slope over here. I think that has some potential. Because you can look down towards the treasure chest from above. Sure. Might also be something ascension rather related. Okay, won't be it. Actually, no, the grate over there is because if you get into this area, you would need to ascend to get back out. Let's actually see, whoops, if activating trap also opens this gate. We didn't even look at that, so it totally does. So in the event that you trap yourself in here by somehow removing the other block, then you can get out of here with Ascend. That's all there is to it. Oops. Walked right into the pit. Okay, that's fine. We've completed a shrine already, so we should just get out. Although it's, at this point, easier to just get to the finish, I think. Instead of dealing with this whole area again, although you can always block it off. No, you can't. Let's just do it. Not run into too much trouble. Oops. There we go. Almost had some camera issues there, but luckily we survived. And let's see if we can warp out of here when we get up to the pedestal, as I assume we should be able to do. That's our first time actually getting to a completion point for a second time in this game, so not something we usually have any reason to do. Okay. This can now be safely removed. Yeah, that was the ice clock. I feel like we're not really... we can try it. We have a couple eyeballs and everything, and as long as it doesn't go too far. Maybe it's doable. In fact, we have a 45 bow on the ice Gleok. I think it's 50 per head from our experience with Lightning Gleok. So, you just need a better eyeball to deal with that. Whoops. You do need the headshots to get these guys. Otherwise you waste tons of arrows. Oh. What? Look at that. Piercing both of them with last shot. Wow, okay. That hit rather too hard. Let's not get hit by that twice. Just means that he'll get a good bow for me when I'm done with him. No, let's switch to a good bow. Get a ledge over here. Shock him out of that, perhaps. Whoa. No, once again. Yeah, no, we need to heal up so we don't lose all our fairies here. Let's, yeah, it's 11. We might not want that yet. You know what? Let's go attack power. And fill up otherwise, and well, in the last heart is just one-shot protection. We've really lost most of our fairy pool. Let's see what we have left. We have 2 left. If I tried a temple path here, I haven't done it yet. I mean, we haven't been here very long, so. And I'm also completely broke when it comes to zonite for vehicle building, and we're short on fans, we're short on things. Like, I probably want to go down to the depths and shore up my ability to build vehicles first before I do anything too fancy here. What was I doing? Oh yes, let's just grab half a heart worth of food. A banana or something. This guy's been wrecking me. Oh, and of course, let's not lose the silver loot. Yeah, this guy plus a plus 24 bow is enough to really kind of go to town on me here. Whoops. $32, okay, yeah, I guess. That was hitting me pretty hard. Way too hard, we lost so many fairies to that one. Anyway. So yeah, we didn't try to temple past James D, but we did get one of the aerial shrines in a region. I just currently don't have the resources to really do a huge vehicle ascent beyond that. At least not yet. Anyway, that makes up for some of the arrow expenditures just now. Still holding steady at 247. Yeah, you were just wondering? Yeah, totally fair to ask. Okay. We see the geoglyph over there. We're facing south. We know there was a geoglyph kind of to the east, towards the labyrinth. And that one we haven't precisely located yet because I basically just eyeballed the location off of the map. We know there was an ice cleoc over here, which is what I was going for in the first place. Let's just go north. Let's just continue to push while we can. There's a Korok spot right across. There's a cave down below, which looks like it's the story cave. This is some ways down. And yeah, we might just have to head on down, I think. The thing I was going for was... right, the Korok spot right across. Seems like a sensible place to check since we know it exists. Climb down, can I? Climb down, there we go. Did I get food? Well, how else would you get food? Oh, again, we want to check for the regional skeleton eventually. Messed up wing, really. We'll give you some chill shrooms. And we can just melt cold water, and that's a rather sensible principle. And then he took an arrow to the wing. We got plenty. Just take them all. Crossing a cold pool? What cold pool? We'll check the cave, of course, but... before we get too deep in, I do want to get the Korok spot up above, though. We'll come back here. We'll come back. Let's do the Korok first. This is right here. Oh, we could have just ascended out of that. Ah, that's fine. In fact, ascension would have gotten me quite high here. But while this is still fresh in memory, let's make sure it gets done. Okay, here we go. And we'll check the summit later. We want to head back down for the cave right now just to see how it's going. This looks like it's potentially something we'll use as well, so. There's a raft. Yeah, because I guess you would take damage in an ice pool if you're not careful. Whoop, come on. Take damage really quickly, in fact. Just get out, get out. Get out, get out. Oh, please let me get out. Okay. Here we go. That really destroyed my health pool. Let's get over here. You know what? And we'll use recall. Get myself over. Let's heal up a little bit. Yeah, we'll need to cook some more afterwards, but... Oh, nope. Come on. Bad fall. Once again. A little bit more mining to be done around here. In the chill shroom cave, and then we'll ascend out of here to see just how high it goes. Okay, not bad. I think that's it here, though. Go ahead on up. And then kind of double this time, hang on, let's throw this down. I wonder if I can actually use snowballs to brace it, but I've got a couple of additional building materials over there, so who knows. It's just... I don't know. I don't know if this would be the most stable thing, but... maybe. Yeah, let's just move it over here. Good enough. Unforgivable. He's standing. Blue speed, welcome. Okay, got it. We haven't actually used puff shrooms at all. But that'll be something to consider for later. Anyway, we know. Let's see, which way are we facing? West. Yeah, we want to keep hitting up. Got some structures here that look interesting. Thought I'd seen an encampment of some sort around here, but oh, boss Bogo, and it's just a red one. It should be a pushover. These guys are just all going to die quickly. Except he's in the way. What am I even using? Dragon Bone. Yeah, given that this squad wasn't scaling at all, I assumed that maybe we're along a story path or something relatively simple. Without realizing it. Especially given some prominent locations like this one that appeared all of a sudden. Okay, let's melt this. This looks like an enemy. You can kind of tell it is, in fact. Let's switch to Cocoa Hands. Just for a moment here. So we don't aggro it immediately. You can kind of tell there's an enemy horn inside. Anyway, welcome to the Icicle Club. This looks like it's one of the closest approaches to the blizzard, so perhaps this is the story's debarkation point for eventually making it up, given that we're just seeing the lowest level enemies here yet. There you go, there's friend of once and future sage, and then we'll do this quickly. Oops, that's okay. I remember this being a prominent flight point in the last game as well, where you would take the paraglider off of here and then for a shrine or a cave on the other side. Should have kept your guard up, yeah. Oh, here is... Look at that target, that's rather prominent. I suppose we're supposed to hit it or something. Like he'd encourage you to, you know, take a bit of a dive. Glider, of course. Sail down, hit the target. See what happens from there. Whoops. Anyway, let's see what he has to say. Your good bow? Which good bow? Oh, just Arakuda. That's easy. Sure. These guys die to anything. Blow a strong gust of wind anywhere you feel like. And that way you can glide. No, I can't. Burst of speed while paragliding. Well, we don't do that kind of thing around here, so let's not assume too much.
Well set.
Oh, I see. And then we have to talk to him again to do that. Yeah. Well, this will be interesting to do without the glider then. This will be very interesting. We can always take a wing. And you know, if I use a wing, maybe the gusts can get me over. He's a bit short in stature and information on glider status. Yeah, doesn't even comment on it. If we use a wing, I bet the gust might even be able to give me some initial propulsion to ride. Like we just stand in front. Oh, and then face... Yeah, actually, I just need to face in a certain direction and then... You know, it would actually be interesting to see if this can be used in conjunction with a wing. I will in fact spin a wing to experiment with this. Let's give myself some more room. I think I would need to maybe lift this initially, but... Now here's the thing, I would probably need to recall it first, and then... Because I'm standing on a location where I would be blowing it. So let's get recall ready just in case. Because... this thing is possible. Yeah, you need to lift this up and then give it a gust. And we can always just snipe this guy from afar with an eyeball. Whoops. It's totally within range for it. Amazing that it's not hitting, in fact, it should be. Huh, okay. Because I'm actually overshooting it. But maybe I'm underestimating the range. That is actually further back than I think it is. Too bad we wasted so many eyeballs then. Let's give us a rocket. We've got lots of rockets now, so... After being severely short for a little while. So yeah, doing this part will be interesting. Anyway. Oh, come on. That's okay, we're within closer range at this point. We can probably still get some things done before we expire. It becomes a problem. We can in fact lose some of our old projectiles, which is helpful. Well, let's just send her here. Why not? You guys got so much else right, but didn't do a glider check in that conversation. Yeah, you would think you would at least try to scold me or something. Like everybody else does. You know, the guy who does the paraglider textures, for instance, you know, he checks to see if I have a glider. Look at that, easy. There we go, now you have a bow.
Oh.
Well, we'll see how much we have to use his power. So this is interesting. It's like, of course, you know, the game is assuming that you might not have encountered this before. These guys, we've faced them so many times, this could be a total pushover as well. Now, here's the nice thing about using his power. Is that previously we were using Korok weapons in conjunction with Freeze in order to dunk enemies into water and drown them. Once we unlock Tulin permanently, we don't need to use the Korok fronts to do that. We can actually use the Ice and Wind combo anywhere we like, with whatever weapon set we like. Anyway. But yeah, this area was definitely tuned for people who are still on 4 or 5 hearts, but pretty obviously. Anyway, here's some version of Zelda trying to talk to us, I'm sure. Anyway, the adults in a room have decided to drop by. Here's Hearth, who some of you might remember from Fire Emblem. Fully fledged, that's a lovely bit of localization. Yeah, funny story. Princess Zelda probably just told you to put down a bow or something. The fake Zelda. Totally fell for that trap. You're totally loud. The strong winds make any approach from the sides impossible. You need to ascend through the top. Okay, so you go up the platforms and you drop in. Yeah, and I bet we just do that by vehicle. Once we have the resources to do it. Which I currently don't. So Princess Zelda up on the Sky Islands. We've been in the area. Indeed. If we look at the map. Sky Islands above Hebrew Peak. Okay, that area there. Okay, in that area, yeah. And yeah, it's definitely designed around some assisted flight though, so we'll see what we do with that. Falcon Bow. We have room. We really don't. So too bad. Hopefully some arrow resupply off all of this. Well, we can see what's doable. Do some archery. Punishment in the meantime. Anyway, here we are. The peak is a rather natural ascension point. A single ascend, in fact, looks like it would probably take you over, especially if you have a cave or something from down below. But then you would need to fly past that point. We can take a look to see how much we can do currently. Given durability issues, I don't even think we would want to take the wing, but you never know. So we'll need to do some kind of hard drop down from this location, which means I should probably replenish a couple of hearts. What incredible teamwork. Yeah, let's actually heal up a bit. Doesn't really matter too much what we're going to use here. I mean, we've got the cold resistance gear at this point, so we might as well just consume some of the cold resistance food for its own sake. So we actually can take a little bit of damage here when we drop down. Just in case it's necessary. And of course, our companion here is flying beside us the whole time instead of taking any other shortcuts. This is an ascend location worth checking. We probably don't have room for this, whatever it is. And we don't. Yeah, we'll leave it as is. Durability up is nice, but we just don't have the devices to use it with at the moment. Also, if you'd like to get in my way, I'd like to see the bonfire. Over that gust that we're not going to use. Climb down? Climb down? Okay. Close enough. Yeah, maybe it's an ascension from a cavern down below or something, but we'll see. We'll see. You'd like to find your friend. We don't see a smoke signal yet, but constructs, that's okay. Constructs and Bocos are just going to fight each other, which is going to work for me too. You wonder how this section will be without a glider. Well, I mean, the thing is, vehicles get around a glider most of the time. It's just that we don't have to cache for vehicles. Which means, partly, that we need to fight some constructs to bank up some parts. We can do that. This guy's going to be a little tougher. But also there's a balloon right here. With lots of balloon platforms, which is good. Of course, diving out of a balloon is potentially going to be an issue every time. Oh, thank you. mind us just having a fight next door. Neighbors are at it again. Do we have a flame emitter? Yes, we have a flame emitter on a shield, which is not great. Oh yeah, because I guess it fused in. If there's a spare flame emitter, of course we'll take it. Dragon Bone is badly damaged, so we shouldn't rely on it too much for this shot. And we'll switch back to Royal. If I can get a jump somewhere, that'd be great. This guy with the ice weapon. Okay, done. Well, we can get a flame emitter going. We'll take a balloon up. But with that one fused onto the shield, things are a little less convenient. Also, we should check this whole platform up here before we proceed too far. Balloon is going to be a little battery dependent, but we'll see what happens when we get to it. Also, more constructs. Let's fight more constructs. I would actually like to loot a lot more of them. If we can. To build up our bank of charges again. Right. Am I full on bows? Yeah, balloons are great, but exiting balloons above a straight ascent is another thing that's typically going to presume glider, so we'll look for alternatives. The suggestion and the materials are all appreciated though. Also, this guy's going to try to drop a snowball on me. We'll around that. I mean, Arakudas are all over the place, even the Great Plateau. Oh, I guess you don't start in the Great Plateau, so never mind. Some people would be encountering them for the first time here. Whereas we saw them very early on. But yeah, you can just get up here right away. Of course, here, that looks like a wind ride. Pretty clearly, in fact. It's too bad we're short on fans. Because with the balloon platforms that we saw earlier, we have might have had the means to build the quad rotor. If only it were possible.
Oh.
Oh. Ah.
Well, let's see. The elevation is not that high. Maybe we do have the materials to do it, but not very accurately. This kind of height, this feels like it would have been very easily reachable with a quad rotor. But we're just way too broke to do it. Yeah, I think we need more zonite, and I think we need to come back to the vehicle at this point. Because it is doable, but inconvenient. Yeah, that's easily within reach too, which is the unfortunate thing. Oh, also there's a shrine right up there. You know what? Diagonal rocket launch on a glider, or I prefer it with the wing because if you use a fan plate or something, then you get a little bit more control, whereas with balloon, not so much. This would be a little bit expensive though, because we're so low on fans. But actually, diagonal launch with rocket and wing might do it. I feel a lot more comfortable doing those to the rotors though, or maybe you can do it with 3 pieces. Like we can build really, really cheaply. Yeah, because the issue is I have 3 fans. If I had 4 fans, things would be very, very different right now. And if I had the zonite to build the 4th fan, things would be quite different. I bet we can reach it. But then you need to proceed past that, and then past that. Because basically, doing the shrine would reset whatever vehicle I have at the time. Yeah, like I'm saying, this is easily doable with more resources. We can just skip everything and head up, especially now that we have access to that tool, and it will be equivalent to what we had with the ascent up to the water temple, where we just go our own way. As long as we have access to the sage, we're fine. But at the moment, I think I'm a little too resource-starved to do it. It's possible, but not convenient. Especially at this angle. Yeah, I think if we had just one additional fan, that would have changed so much. So I think we're going to bail for the moment. But I'm not worried about being able to do it. I think it's going to be very easily approachable. I think, though, at this point we should, first of all, take out more constructs, and secondly, determine where to proceed. Specifically, I want to look for the northern geoglyph that's going to be further back. So, we're going to go back down. I see an observation tower down there. Let's see. Obviously, you can shield surf down all this stuff if you really wanted, but I prefer to have a little bit more control at the moment. Yeah, we probably could have tried it with a 3-fan vehicle, but I would not have liked to rely on that. And also, I don't want to be totally without fans when I go down to the depths later, because we might want some flexibility to build. So we can address the zonite shortage as soon as we can. Oh yes, this icy bit here, I seem to remember there was a frost talus here in the previous game. We'll explore the top section first. And let's see what's going on there. Constructs. Yeah, I would be kind of surprised if this weren't interacting with the new cave systems, where there are elements that add a lot of verticality, layering. These look like they're not usable. Oh, I see, they're bridge fragments. At this point, they're just cosmetic. Music tells me I'm close to the tower, but we well, obviously seeing that just yet. Let's do another sign. This looks pretty straightforward. Oh, but that's not gonna fit. That's okay. What we can do is we can put one on the bottom. Box everything in. A tall piece would be nice here. It's probably fine as is, but we'll we'll see. I mean, it's probably fine as is. Okay, easy. And more ice balls. Anyway. Oh, they're having a bit of a duel over there. A bit far for me to intervene, though. Unless we go up first. If we can. And anyway, we're still getting a sense. Someone chipped down there. We'll go around until we... First of all, figure out where you want to reach your friend. It's a little high up. However, it seems like it's the way to do it. There's a bridge repair. Well, we got so many segments together, we'll just link them all together, I think. Oops. Let's build the whole bridge, in fact. Well, hopefully we're pretty useful. Yeah, we'll eventually pull it to extend. Oops. I think maybe we need to build along a diagonal or something that's going to connect and then turn this into a climbable surface. We can connect from the top down. What? We don't even need to face this way. No. I can just go. Well, the main issue, though, that at this point you can have some problems Getting the Korok up. There are some workarounds. Like being able to take the Korok up a few steps at a time and ascend. Just by staggering it up. Oops. Did it a bit loosely. That's okay. We'll just attach a few pieces at a time, I think. See if we can do it that way. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, so much for that. That's okay. No, we can still ascend through.
Oh. Oh.
Monster Hunter. And we know where to find those. Okay, back up here. Be a bit more careful. Do is detach just a time. Problem is attaching another piece after that. I think we can do it. I'm certainly doing this in the wrong way. That's okay, we just need to reach. See you. Oh. Nope. All damage is becoming a bit of a problem here. Let's get back up into decent shape here. Yeah, we'll just start burning some of this food. So the idea, I want to make sure I can reach the Korok. It's on the top. Send it a little further if I can. No. Just a tiny bit closer. Ideal. However, you just roll this up. This. Then, before you... Oh. Inelegant way of doing it, but we got it. Take you over to where you need to go. Yeah, there's your friend. Okay. Maybe not the most elegant way of building bridges, but who's complaining? Constructs. So, no, this side? Yeah, that's my wall. No, that's on the other side. I have my doubts about jumping it. We can, however, take a panel to recall over. Okay, so this works. Should be fine. I foresee no issues. Okay. It's gonna get knocked down if we shoot it from that location. Let's not do that. Okay, let's get a jump. Yeah, pretty simple. Alright. Alright, plunger them. Let's crack it open. And we still have the encampment down below. We were there. The hard way. I think what's going to happen is, I mean, we did miss some of the locations along here between state. We attempt to find a geoglyph that's in this location and then wrap back down. Maybe we're doing okay. Indeed, even if we do another rocket flight out of here, it's not too bad an idea. We missed a lot of things down below, of course, but gained elevation. We should just attempt to preserve it. And let's jump in piece by piece. Yeah, just one soft landing after another. Pretty meticulously laid out. And yeah, we were down here previously, which is fine. Yeah, fairly open passage down below. Anyway, we need to go down somehow, so let's find a good route. Well, that was a bit much. It could have been worse. Well, we can see if there's something like the Frostalis in here. In case we want to loot something frosty. Or indeed, in case there is a shrine or something else good that's secluded. Miniature Frostalis. Let's do. Not much of interest so far, but try to be thorough. It's not a bomb wall. Kind of look that way from a distance, but oh, it's just a trick of the light. Let's proceed. We are approximately in the right direction as long as we... The geoglyph has been accounted for, that would be a start. Yeah, we usually try to maintain elevation after gaining it, but here we have a pretty well-defined goal. Certain areas. And further down we go. Interactions here have been relatively sparse. We'll see. What to do with all these. Anyway, we're finally down to the snowfield. Aha, there it is. Right here, very faint. But we can make it out. That'll be another one done and accounted for. Anyway, let's look at where the cutscene resides. It's not even that big a design, is it? Oh, let's move closer towards the center. It's vast, but probably manageable. We'll check in a couple of different locations for story point. We'll definitely need to look this one over carefully. It took me the longest time to realize what the geoglyphs were even for, because the first few encounters we just missed the activation circle. We'll see where that comes up. Somewhere along the way. But here we are. Easier to walk through with a mount. So if we see something like a skeletal horse or something, we'll probably have to hijack it just for convenience. Well, anyway, we can at least head towards that shrine and see how this looks. A lot of blinking, you'll have missed it moments. Anyway, we can find it, but if we don't, make a second crack at it. Pretty elaborate design. Yeah, let's just move towards the shrine. Might have a better vantage point with a bit of elevation gain anyway. Okay, let's continue to do this. Skip all over this little sequence here. Tuck ourselves right beside the chest.
Yep.
Oh, that's quite nice. Whoop, let's heal up. Too many potential issues. If you don't. None of these are very high health, actually. Doesn't matter if we use so redundantly, though. Just need to clear space. And to melt this off eventually as well. Let's see what's up here. Explosives. Okay, let's take a look at this again. But yeah, it does look fair bit vast, and usually there's some kind of very central location for the eyes. Yeah, we'll change around that, especially around the designated tutorial and then changing room. Just try to discern whether there's any particular pattern to deal with here. Consistently presented. Oh, trying to look for a good candidate location on this massive design, and I think we really do need a mount for it. It's just a little too big. We can check it though. Well, we can try to be somewhat systematic searching, but oh, this key's all over the place. Sure, we'll do it. Didn't really even think about that. That's a whole lot of geoglyph. Okay, let's see. Sitting on top of anything. We'll find it somewhere here. Yeah, I really need a map to explore this. But I'd like to get it done. That was the point of coming here. Well, one of them. Oh, here's a Korok. That'll be helpful. Maybe climb a tree to see. That improves my view. Oops. Okay, let's take a good look at this. What natural candidate would be for something on that scale. Well, I think let's just go for the shrine first. That vantage point might give me more to look at. And yep. Okay. Okay, well, we could find it. Yeah, we almost certainly have to return to this. It's much too vast at the moment. Okay, we've got some slip resistance. Slippery surfaces to get around, but see how it goes. I forgot to melt some ice earlier. Big part of my final documents. Okay, let's just climb our way back up. Yeah, looking at the geoglyph here, it's not clear at all where the dialogue would be situated. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, hard to see what's what here. But we can at least get some consistency down in our positioning. That'll be a big help. Yeah, at this point it's hard to say where to start. There aren't even that many to choose from, but the way this is getting around ice specifically will need to take a further look. But take a further look at it once we understand what the shape is. What it's trying to do. Attempt to get in at close range. Yeah, we know that. Okay, let's smelt this thing. Just in case there's anything good whatsoever, which may or may not be the case. Yeah. Okay, so we're here because we need to get the geoglyph, but then here we'll switch to the worm weapon. Just for the purposes of the belt. And it'll melt and melt and melt and melt. Right. Not that we have room. Yeah, we'll take it actually. Although, no, it's a little weaker than my existing one, but we can tack it on anyway. Until we want devices on it. Okay, zone it, shield. Works for me. Okay, who are you trying to reach? That is pretty far away. sure we don't just walk you down. Let's see what else we can uncover. Yeah, we'll just wait for it to go. More falling objects. Actually, if we take the falling block, then we might get a good vantage point from up above. That'll be the way to do it. Because then we can get a better look at the glyph. You don't need to run around quite so much. Although I don't know if at that distance we'll get a good view of where the dialogue pool is going to be located. So usefulness here may be limited, but I'll try it. See this thing at all? Not really. This is really sending me way up. Very, very high, in fact. Not that we have to glider to take advantage of this. Oh. In fact, if we had a wing on top of this, we could have easily tried to ride it out. But okay, I think I know. Deeper in. Didn't see it exactly, but I did see more of the design, which gives you a reference point for where to look. Nope, still can't really find it. Let's see here. Also, did we ever play around that structure? I don't think we did. We roughly know what to constrain ourselves from, but not that obvious to do this. Every other little dip in the terrain is looking promising at this point, and so we're looking like it's worth checking. But we don't see anything. It's gonna be away. Yeah, sending through here. Possibly doing something with a fan plane on top, that would be kind of fun. We just don't have the material, so right now to do very much to ascend these islands. Scraping this whole area. No avail. Yeah, it's a lot of nothing. Just looking for that little circular pool. Or at least somewhere prominent enough to accommodate it. The design might even be deep in the center. That's not something I would check, given that we've also been hanging around the edges. Along the margins. I don't see anything resembling that little hot spot we're looking for. There's snowballs over there. I don't know if that's going to be anything. There'll be a lot more running around. And you would think, covering so much ground, something would be revealed, but let's check all the way over there. We haven't completed enough of these to know if there's a particular set of principles for what can appear and where. There's gotta be a better way to see this. We can try Ascension again. I'm just trying to look carefully, but not really seeing it. Oh, there's a little circle here. I think that's nothing. There must be a better way. Let's look around again carefully. Yeah, it's gonna give me some more stones like that. Oops. That's correct, but oh, sure, they can do that too. Yeah, getting a better view at this point. This is such a gigantic design. Right, because you kind of see the fingertips. Much else. Just trying to keep an eye out for in the thing working as well. Nope. Well, I mean, that particular segment did make for an interesting wing and fin. That might be worthwhile here. Or you park wing and rocket on top of this and then launch it when you're pushed up top. I kind of feel like the whole thing going up would be bound to dislodge it, though. I mean, you could always try to attach it. But I don't know how dynamically we could detach it, or if we just use a rocket to propel everything. Solve this issue. Over here. I mean, there were the hands or fingertips or something off to the side. We should check those, actually. I don't think we had looked at them. Nope, seems not. let's actually just smoke you immediately. Well, we've scanned this so many times, and you know, we know roughly how it looks in the air. But it's nothing that to me shows like it's obvious. When it comes to the any possible causes that have been suggested. Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, we've been running around for a while, and it's one of those where either visual perception or just, you know, failure to check a given location. Should be something, though. It just might be way out of the way. And if I try again. Just try it again. Just trying to look at this whole design and see. Is there a point that seems especially worth checking? Yeah, nothing really jumped out. It's just hiding in plain sight and we just missed it. I mean, there was the hand that was off to the sides. Yeah, even from the last patch door. Plenty of significant improvements, in fact. Mostly just a streamlining of the AI without having to. Or rather, the UI without having to strip away too many features or other conveniences people might be relying on. I think I found it. No, that's not it. Did not find it. Oh, horses. Okay. And the golden horse is here for some reason, even though it was previously at the stable, so maybe we can make a run at it. Let's go stealth, triple stealth, which would imply eating cold resistance food. And let's go high stealth. And having a horse available, it's going to help a lot. Now, if we take the horse like this, we won't be doing the shrine yet. We'll probably want to register it at the stable. But yeah, I was kind of wondering when we saw the golden horse at the stable whether it would be lootable, but Or not lootable, obtainable rather. Okay, let's get some apples. And we'll run around his space properly. Have a munch. And we'll do it again. Just get it maxed out right away. And we'll go back and register it. Let's incidentally make sure that our markers are fixed somewhat so we're sure of retaining access to the geoglyph in this area. Let me check some of this. We'll get back to the horse in a moment. Yeah. Hands in hands. Anyway. Until we know. Do this, and I think we'll just need to take the horse and ride it out. Let's see, did I miss something? Nope, should be fine. Of course, we first of all have to watch out for the ice cloud because it's still flying overhead, and secondly, we need to probably think of a name and characters. We'll see. In fact, we can think about that while we ride. For a cutscene. I don't want to lose the horse though if I do stop for a cutscene, but we do need to just properly scan the location. Yeah, because it's just not practical to try to walk around the entire perimeter. Also, let's switch back to cold gear. And his stealth job is somewhat done. We have 4 minutes on the meal, but you know, don't want to push that too closely. Well, still don't see anything even resembling cutscene circle. Usually not that concealed. But we'll just ride around the perimeter and try to gradually work our way in. Begins on the far edge or something. Yeah, surprisingly inaccessible. Still don't see it. Got a Korok point, we've got ascension points. palms of various hands. Just cut straight through the center and see if there's anything that way. I mean, it should be something that's kind of still relatively significant to the overall geometry. Space. Also notice only 3 spurs on this thing. Maybe it's good at other things though. They just don't happen to be dashing definitely. Check the perimeter over there. I would think this would have revealed itself by now, but you would be wrong. We'll be here a while. Oops. Oh, no, there it is. There it is. That took ages. That took so long. Where was it? The end. Okay, horse should still be available. I hope. Let's watch a cutscene. Yeah, it was pretty subtle. Difficult to find. Not the same way I would have found it without a horse, I'm pretty sure.
Queen Sonia! Queen Sonia!
Okay, good thing we saw the precursor to this scene. Would have been awkward otherwise.
Finally, it is mine.
So it gives Ganondorf the power of time. Which is probably where the corrupted Zelda is coming from, although... Oh, we'll see. Because now he has some kind of special power. Rip the place apart. Or maybe follow it forward to the future.
I can feel my strength surging.
Yeah, it would be quite abrupt to see the scene before the Sonya assassination. But, oh, Beast Ganon. Beast Ganon. This isn't even his final form. Well, this would be applicable in the past. Possible companies back then too. Basically like the Blood Moon. Except with nothing to work off of initially.
Sonia! You were too late, Rauru. You took for granted the godlike power you had in your hands. Do you now see the potential you squandered?
Ganon getting a tear was bad? Well, I mean, it could have been worse.
Victim of your arrogance.
You could have accidentally bought something vegetarian.
Control me, Rauru, and you will die knowing that you failed.
Queen Sonia needs you.
I'm not sure what he can do at this stage. Okay, so she's going to displace them in either time or space. Oh, she's not playing this warpless. I see. I see. Zelda's gonna play this the easy way. We still have very little idea how this connects to the present, but yeah, I guess he basically just creates the Blood Moon. Okay. The birth of the Demon King, exactly. So I wonder how this relates then to the Blood Moon and the monsters of the Calamity. Because the Calamity Ganon and Ganondorf relationship is still a bit unclear to me in terms of what this game has established. Also, is it Blood Moon over here already, or am I just hearing the music for its own sake? It is Blood Moon here. Oh, how timely. Perfect timing, in fact. Well, I don't know if we'll keep an unregistered steed if we go to the shrine first, so we'd better register this
When
Hmm.
the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land.
Let's actually watch this scene for once, for the first time
Endless
since the
spirits
beginning of the game.
slain monsters return to flesh.
Since it's in keeping with what we just saw.
Is threatened once again.
You know it's fake Zelda because she doesn't tell you to be careful. Very inconsiderate of her. Anyway. Shrine is still marked over here. Yeah, let's register. Yeah, that's the thing. 9 character limit. It's a little bit confining when it comes to horses. Even just a little bit more space than that would have been ideal. Partly because I wanted to call the giant white horse, which is 10 characters. I was kind of miffed that it was reduced to 9. Okay, we know that this is the Gleok's stomping grounds. Let's not mess with it just yet. Yeah, I do wonder if the golden horse will compensate for the low spurs. There's the Gleok. Also, is this a Star Fragment or is this... Oh, it's an NPC. Oh yeah, it's actually this challenge. Let's do it. This is way out of the way. Way off the beaten path. But we can do it. Just... whoops, no, hang on. Gauge height first of all. See how we're doing. When it comes to this layer. Yeah, right right up to halfway point of this. That's fine. That makes it pretty understandable, in fact. Because then we can just go like this. Vegetarian lasagna wasn't bad, actually. Would be better with meat. I see. Well, I mean, of course, it's always better with meat, but, you know, at least it was serviceable. Anyway, where... Oh, the horse is still there. Good. Let's plug in the TIE Fighter here. And let's brace it a little further just in case. So it doesn't just topple immediately. And this diagonal formation is usually pretty good. It'll be fine. This is overkill, but do it anyway. Just to be extra secure. There's no better kill than overkill? Oh, I don't know about that. We're pretty minimalist about this sometimes, so... Yeah. We spent so much time getting the cutscene, but it's over now. And it's clearly a late one in the sequence. It's kind of funny that it's such a late one in the sequence because it's pretty close to the zones that have the earliest ones in the sequence that introduce Zelda's arrival into the past. We're gonna spend this bow on it? Yeah, I guess so. Oh yeah, it's you again. Cheesecake, that's new. You already found the one in this area. Yes. Dragons going into the depths, we've seen that a few times. Our adventuring companion has decided to join us all the way out here. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Might be interesting for some projectile play. Anyway, let's get this registered. What are horses for, but archery platforms. Restock some arrows while it's convenient to do so. Anyway. That horse. I mean, isn't it technically Zelda's horse that just ran away, or... Oh, it ran away. I actually didn't even know it ran away. Because I just found it. Brought it back. So... Because we had seen this here previously, so it is the same one, I guess. Well, pretty easy to get back. She probably does let me keep it in register, I hope.
Oh. Oh.
Anyway, now we know. Oh, and also, here's our fellow journalist. Ah, I see. So in order for this to be activated, you need to start the journalist quest at the former Rito stable. That's the trigger. Your beloved missing Princess Zelda showed up at the stable. Fake Zelda. Blaming the horse. For dishonest circumstances. And yeah, the horse can tell the difference. And it knows better. And I love how she says she hasn't seen it since, while the horse is literally right in front of her. I should actually screenshot this too. And look at that, detective work. Missing for quite some time. Well, I mean, you know, in the short span of time since we left. And, yeah, unique dialogue for finishing this in advance. Always glad to see this. That horse is attached. Let's keep it. And also, 3 spurs, that can be upgraded. We know how to do it now, so... I hope how nobody puts 2 and 2 together about a fake Zelda dwarf. running amok and giving everybody poor instructions. So we'll just take another one of her horses. And yeah, there we go, the royal set. It's time in gold. Was it in gold last time? I don't remember, but
Aye. Ah.
sure, we'll take that too.
Oh.
I mean, 3 stamina bars makes this easy.
Ah.
Yeah, we'll hit every stable along the way, as before. And yeah, we came all the way over here in the first place to activate the journalist quest because that seems to be a requirement for the Great Fairies. So, back to the office. Soar along. Okay.
Ma.
Oh.
Let's register.
Huh?
And 4 strength, 4 speed. Okay, I guess. Yeah, we can definitely improve the stamina here, I think. But the speed is nice. Also one of the only gentle horses we picked up. Because I think the previous Royal Steed was fairly wild, but I don't remember.
Oh. Oh. Huh?
Almost a half price too. Okay, name for the horse. So in a few minutes since I've been thinking about it, I think we'll go with something that maybe is on the obscure side, but it's a character from Fire Emblem Engage, which we streamed a lot of this year. I actually didn't use her very much in my Fire Emblem Engage party, but her name was Goldmary. She also wears gold, and I guess in this case the horse is a mare, right? So we'll go with Goldmary, who is named that in the first place because she's supposed to be a marigold, because she's from the kingdom where everybody's named after flowers or flowering plants. I think we'll keep it. And let's click yes. The thing is, you can't actually rename horses in this game, which is too bad because I wanted to fix the spelling of Rocinante to have the C of the original Spanish. And couldn't do that. You actually have to lose your horse and retame it without reviving it at the horse god. Do that, but we'll keep this name. I think we'll be happy with it. You only care about the names of the horses you catch for real, yeah.
Oh.
We will take it and we will definitely get it cleaned up and groomed.
Oh.
And is it wearing the royal set? Let's Change it.
Oh.
I actually rather like the extravagant set, but you know, we'll go gold and gold and French braided. Yeah, yet again in style is maybe a bit much. Floral, that's kind of nice. I haven't seen this one before. That's very ostentatious, if a bit untidy. Let's go with that. Very shaggy.
Oh.
Let's go royal saddle.
Oh.
Floral might be a bit much. We'll see how it looks when we actually go riding.
Oh. Oh.
The pull strength is unfortunately not good, but
Oh.
that's a natural thing to try to upgrade.
Oh.
Actually, it doesn't look bad when you're riding. It's just swept over on this side, I see. So, I think it'll be fine. Also, we have one pony point remaining. Before we get everything on half price and see the next reward. Let's stock up once again. Can't have too many arrows.
Wow! Yay!
And we're also going to probably retrace part of the route we had back to the Rito stable. And because we skipped over some content previously, I kind of want to make a run at the Ice Gleeok just to see how we do, even though... I mean, we've defeated one Lightning Gleeok before, but we otherwise tend to have trouble with them because they hit so hard. So we tend to be at a pretty serious disadvantage. With 11 rows here, we have room for a couple of additional meals, which I think we would be wise to cook. Is this just a regular fire? I can actually cook here. This is just an open flame. No cook pot. Oh, there it is. Spicy. Yeah, because we probably want some kind of freeze immunity before we take on Gleeok, but is the recipe of the cheesecake anyway. Let's take a look at that. Oh, okay, of course. Since this game introduced cheese in more ways than one. Simmered fruit. We didn't do it that way, that's for sure. Well, let's get some actual health in. And we want to start making some with more hearts. Hearty elixir. Oh, that's with the hearty lizard. We actually haven't done any of the cooking with the truffles yet, but we'll eventually want to do that, of course. Yeah, big hearty truffle. Restore all hearts and temporarily increase your maximum hearts. So, and the maximum I think would scale with what you cook it with. But might as well fill in some of these just in case, because we might get hit pretty hard in a Gleeok fight. So I say that we try big Hearty with... Well, where did my gourmet meat go? Oh yeah, it was right there. Welcome by type. Yeah, there we go. Let's just put these two together. Try it as a base meal. Again, this is going to be super late game. Okay, +5, that's not bad. Try something similar with it. Yeah. Plenty of truffles. Let's hold. And the radishes are also going to perform similarly, as I recall. Let's go gourmet meat, and then let's put something on top of that this time. Maybe try something like palm fruit just to see how much extra it gives me. If anything. Oh no, it's still only a +5, so that's not actually useful. Because what if we just do it with a regular? Just to see. If it's a +5 every time, then we shouldn't use it with the top of the line meat. Okay, +4. We'll try it with the regular hearty truffle as well, just to see. Because we're getting to the point where this is going to be a lot more cost efficient. Okay, that's just a full recovery. And we've filled in so many meals. And we better just create another one that's a bit plainer. Like perhaps yeah, just more simmered fruit. Just so we have something kind of mid-range if we get restored by fairy or something. So okay, that fills me up. Actually, filling me up is not a good idea because we needed an open slot for a quest reward, so I can always sell off a dish though. Just sell off 1 or 2. I feel like selling off some of the cold resistance that has no health benefit might be fine, so can't go out like this. No, yes you can.
Yeah! Sa sa! Woohoo!
So yeah, it's cheap though.
Wow!
And what do we cook down here? Yeah, look at this, 89. Not bad. Pretty high value, in fact. Yeah, the double effect is pretty decent. Now let's just clear out a bit more space. We might consume that during a fight or something. Let's leave 2 spaces open. And let's take on the Gleog. Because we'll want to go back up to that shrine anyway. We're a little short on bows? No, we're not. We're full on bows. We'll want to land this carefully. Assuming it's 50 a shot. I want to use a powerful bow with a couple of decent eyeballs on it. Got a couple of obstacles to hide behind, which is good because we don't want to get iced. Let's see if we can take it. Frostcleoc. Okay, first of all, Royal Bow 45. Secondly, let's go with an eyeball and a good eyeball. That will give me at least +5 if we can. So Aracuda might not be good enough here because I thought it was +4 or something. We should really have done this by effect. Keys eyeball, fire keys eyeball, fire keys eyeball I think is ideal, given that this guy's frost. Down immediately. Excellent. That's the way, except we're going to run out of fire keys eyeballs pretty quickly here, so. Okay, let's switch to a different weapon. Yeah, we do need to get in close a little faster than that, but and I don't want to use my talentless weapon yet. That's kind of a last resort. Let's go to Reaper. Yeah, so 3 shots with a royal bow does it when you use the fire keys eyeball, which is excellent. Yeah, let's just burn off as many of the weapons as we can on this. Start small. Okay, let's get in here. In fact, if we can get the horse, we'll dismount the horse, take the shot. Or we'll dismount this to take the shot. Oh, come on. Let's ascend. And then, we'll do it again. Okay. Again. At this range, we actually didn't need the eyeball necessarily. Okay. 2 additional cycles would do. We'll take him down easy. Whoops. No. Yeah, at point blank range, we'll use something other than eyeballs. Take him down, and we'll see what the final phase is if we have any range issues, because we want to save eyeballs for that. Okay. So, rather than using eyeballs, let's see. We have something with a good attack effect. Unfortunately, I can't see what the attack... Oh, by fuse attack power. Well, I don't need something massive. Know that the fire keys was +8 though, so anything down in that range might be good. Like... Yeah, some of this stuff is pretty heavy though. Construct 2 horn might be good. Blue Boko horn might be good. Let's try it because I don't know if it will actually sufficient. Also, we missed one. Oh yeah, no, we got it. One more shot from the bow. And then Flux Core Pounder is down. Let's see what we'll switch to. Flux 3 Pounder? Yeah, that would burn down pretty quickly, but I don't know. I think we can afford to be a bit conservative about this. We'll need another bow next time, though, which will require probably double the shots. Mighty Construct Bow will require those 6 shots, but we can do it. We can just get in here and use the regular stuff. Okay, that's at a very long range at this point. That's what I was concerned about. Without an updraft, I wonder if we can, in fact... Whoa. That's concerning. If we can use the East Wing at long range. We can hit. Whoa. Yeah, this is getting a little intense. Let's heal up. That's the thing, we're probably supposed to create an updraft or something at this point, but... Let's... actually watch where we're going. And hang on. Oh no, he's way out of the way. That's okay. Eyeball might actually be within range at this point, so. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Can I ascend through this? No, but you can ascend through that. Let's see. He had to be fairly quick before his other hits get back up, I think, so. Let's get up. Yeah, because now the heads are back up and running. And way over. No. I need a long range bow, I think. Maybe we should switch over to dusk bow at this point. Previously I was doing this method using Gerudo bow, and I think we need to do just the same way that we do with, oh, come on, face this. Oh. What boss am I thinking of? Histocrat from Super Mario 3D World. Where you get onto the small platforms first, and then jump in. We're getting really low in health. We have to get up there. Where do you go? Where is he? There we go. No. Just not in range. We need to go dusk bow, I think. Was hoping not to use that too soon, but I kind of wanted to keep it in pristine condition. No other reason than that, but let's get up into an upper position. You know what? No, we can recall. We can recall this stuff. We can recall it. Yes, that's what it is. Oh. Except, of course, if you do this, you'll need to ride it back down. And I don't think I have fairies left. Be careful. Come on. We're taking so much damage here, I can't even... Oh no. Yeah, we're getting smashed. That's the way to do it, though. Let's do full recovery. Fortunately, we're a bit slow on the bow shots there. Where is he? Nice long shot over here. Let's go recall. No, except smashed by that. Done. Do we want to use that right away? I guess we kind of have to. Yeah, it took me too long to realize that recall is the way to do the final phase. Where is he? And of course, with no glider, fall damage is going to be a serious issue here. But let's take him down first in case we have fall damage issues like this. Yeah. We burnt all the fairies, that's the problem. And that's why I previously fought long range bow. I wanted to stay on top of the ice instead of being thrust upwards like that. We can totally take him though. I don't know when the autosave would have happened and whether we have some weapon depletion already. That's one concern, is that if a fight is long enough, there might be an autosave that kills half your weapon stash. But no, we're going to be right back here, and we're going to be... Oh, before I made any of my food, right? That's too bad. But we can do it. In fact, before I resold some food. No, we've got 11 slots. Yeah, that's fine. We'll cook. Because we were stuck at the final phase for so long. Was it a draw? I don't think we actually killed him, right? Or did I? I should have held off if I did kill him, because then we didn't get any loot, right? No, I thought we were... Well, it's okay, because this save goes back anyway, right? So... I think we're okay. Or am I? I don't know when the autosave happened. But no, we had a lot more food than this, I think, so... Where are my ferries? That's the thing we'll check here. Do I still have ferries? Or... Yeah, that's the problem with the game over screen, is I can never tell what my restore point is. And I always get a little bit disoriented as I try to recover where we were and what we had done. No, the truffles haven't been cooked yet. My ferries then. 2 ferries, yeah, okay, no, this is before the entire fight, so let's redo it. And let's get some cooking done again. So yeah, let's go. And let's generate some recipes again. Let's fold. Yeah, what I actually need is some kind of fall damage protection. I mean, we need to not have the ferries be expended until the final phase, basically, in case we need to take a fall. And the problem is, I should have been able to do the final cycle in just 3 bow shots, but we broke the bow that was able to do that. So let's figure this out. That's okay. I think it's quite realistic to take that down, and so we will. Oh, we didn't get the bonus. Okay, so there's no particular reason to use the gourmet meat for that, apart from maybe the sale price. Yeah, might as well just use the lightweight one. Standard hearty. We'll see how much. MGM, welcome with the party of 5. And welcome Tech Wolves as well. We just died to fall damage on a world boss fight. I'm going to make a second attempt at it now. But let's try a couple of different recipes here. Storm Tracker, welcome. Yeah, MGM1, hope your run has also been going well. Alright, let's make another attempt at this. And let's check the fuse power and the materials first. Because we knew the eyeballs were great. We needed at least +5, which is That's why Fire Key's eyeball was perfect. For close range, we need at least +5, which means everything. Yeah, Lizalfo's talent was fine. Blue Bokeh was fine. A lot of this actually did work. But once we are down on the 33 damage bow, we need a minimum +17. Or we just use double shots. But I think if we can get fewer shots in, with something like Construct 3, maybe that makes more sense. Or we have other things like toenails and such that apparently have a bit of a bonus to arrows. But anyway, we're going to make an attempt at a fight again. And we'll try it. Yeah, for your session you explored Akala. That was one of the first places I went, actually. I went straight for Akala. And got to Tired Town by like day 3. And I recently went back there. Earlier this week. Just to fill in more of the quests and spend way too much time on some of the possibilities there. Okay. We know we can do this fight. So let's just do it. I have a pretty good method for it at this point. Let's make sure we have the correct weapons on. Yeah, we shouldn't have been so conservative about my melee weapons, in fact. Because we could have burned them down much earlier, perhaps, if we didn't insist on staying with the weak stuff. But that's okay, we broke the Reaper. We probably broke it too early with the throw, now that I think about it. I also don't know if there's a particularly good weak point in the melee phase. But we'll try to get a little bit more uptime on that. And attempt to fight again. I'm saving my best weapons for next playthrough. Exactly, that's what I always do. Nah, I mean, these games actually are, as I discovered in Master Mode, and as I've discovered oddly enough in games like Paper Mario Color Splash, these games are more fun when you actually spend aggressively and have like tons of high weapon turnover. But I always have to kind of balance that against my tendency to be very cheap. Okay, let's fight around here because I like being able to ascend through this for the jump shot. Because if we can get the shots in early. Fire Key's eyeball. Come on, get over here. We need him to get him closer. And we do 3 shots. Yeah, in the final phase we want to do it with 3 shots if we can. That was too far. Way too far away. Okay. Also, we should actually use Riju for some extra lightning damage. Okay, let's get in closer this time. Snowball attack, we hadn't even seen that previously. Yeah, problem with this platform is that actually the fall damage is a little bit intense. We shouldn't go this high, perhaps. But yeah, we need to let him get in closer. Okay. Maybe use the 62 this time? I don't know. We've got a couple of spears though. We've got the Captain Force Spear, we've got the Captain Force Spear. Let's go to Spear. It's faster. It's quite fast, in fact. Yeah, second cycle is already down to nearly 50%. And of course, if we'd gotten him in closer, we could have done even better than that. So yeah, let's not take so much fall damage off that. Let's go down here to this one. And then jump off of this one. Whoa, nope, ran right into that. Let's not do that. I should have known. Let's eat up. So we don't expend fairies before the final phase. Cheesecake, good time for it. Oh, whoop. That's rather bad. Okay. Okay, let's eat up out of this round too. Before we get into too much trouble here. Simmered fruit. That's not overkill, is it? It's about 10 hearts. I feel like we want a speed buff or something. And actually, no. Cold weather attack. Cold weather attack. Let's do that. Okay, Royal Bow is down, right? This is badly damaged. We should keep it for the later phase, in case we need it. Because then we can get 6 shots off of Mighty Construct, just with a standard eyeball. Wow, this guy tossed him all over the place. Let's just go standard. No, a standard eyeball. And just curve some shots. Oh. Come on. Oh, we're getting up into the super long range phase now. Okay. That's a little earlier than I hoped to get into this phase. Because he was down to infinitesimal health earlier when we got to this. And which tells me, first of all, I should stay on cold weather attack. Where did I find a 30 damage bow? The Dusk Bow? This one was in Hyrule Castle. I haven't been using it because I kind of want to put it in the museum. It's based on the bow from the Twilight Princess, as far as I can tell. Yeah, so previously when he got into this final flight phase, we got him down to almost no health. This time we're in a bit more of a difficult situation, but we should ground him as soon as possible, because I think I might have to use the Dusk Bow simply because it is long range, and we would need 6 shots off of it to ground him from ground level without doing the whole... what is it? The whole... You know what? Lionel Bow. With the homing. That does plenty of damage. But no, it doesn't have to range, though. It doesn't have to range. I should have used Lionel Bow earlier, but... maybe we can just kind of pelt him with it. And just kind of, you know, sacrifice 1 cycle to the fairy. I kind of like that idea, because then you can take him down in 3 shots instead. The fall damage is really unfortunate, though. We can stay on one of these platforms without losing it. Like, without getting tossed. And then we go Lionel Bow, 3 shots. We're gonna take fall damage and die, but something with this. Yeah, we are going to expend one fairy to fall damage here, but then if we just survive 2 cycles like this, we might actually be fine. And look at that. Oh, he's down. Okay. Then we can just ride this. Gently. Gently. Just had to expire at the last minute there. Okay, no, we got him. Bleak Frosthorn, very nice. And we did lose a lot of durability on both these bows, but you know, we'll just break them relatively soon and replace them. That was not too bad. We did need to expend the fairy just due to lack of glider. Previously, I used long-range bows against a lightning Gleeok to get around the lack of glider, but in the Coliseum fight, so... And unfortunately, that was the same day that I had like several seconds of audio lag on my stream, so I couldn't really even clip that properly. And yeah, thank you, MGM1. And that was a fun fight. I felt pretty confident about that. We've hardly taken down any Lionels in this game, actually. Mostly because I'm so incapable of taking damage. But, let's go to the shrine, and then we'll reload our health. I really do need to increase the stamina on this horse. We'll do that. We'll see what the cooking requirement is for that when we have a chance to take the gold horse back. The speed is quite nice. You can really notice the speed 4 stat. It just flows very smoothly. Let's not take this camp yet. Let's get over here first. And it looks like we have some ice climbing. Okay. Let's put on the fire weapon that we totally didn't use against the ice boss. We rarely run into Lionels in this game. Yeah, they're far less frequent. I've run into a few in some prominent locations for sure. But they don't control as much territory as they used to. AC prime meat. Not very useful, actually. Hey, this would be a good place to use our rocket shield. Oh, there's an enemy. Do we want to bother? I don't think we want to bother. I just want to head up. Yeah, this will be a slippery climb. We know that. This will be a very slippery climb. Let's try to go up this ledge. Or we can ride something up with recall. If we have like a plank or something. Or even a rock. Like stand on a rock and just ride it up. I just kind of like this idea. I feel like I'll fall off, but... Also doesn't go very high. I'm totally gonna fall off this thing. Alright, elevator going up. I'm falling off already, actually. Hang on. Let's try it again. Yeah, the problem with the Ultra Hand abilities is that the camera is not very good. This camera always feels like a compromise for how much verticality you're covering. Okay, let's not slip nudge the rock too much because it disrupts the recall buffer. Can I just jump on this thing, please? Don't let me jump on this thing. Come on. Up we go. Here we go. It's gonna wiggle me off. I'm trying to surf it up. There we go. There we go. Look at that. And it totally doesn't get me high enough anyway to do anything useful here. Yeah, MGM1, sleep time. You know what? This cliffside here, the ice does get out of the way quickly. We can probably just do it fine. Maybe. Or jump up from that location. This location here. Come on, jump. Very uneven surface is the problem. And I probably have like a minute controller drift that makes this extra finicky. The rock is probably not the best object to use for this, but if I had any kind of plank whatsoever, I just need to drag over some wood from the stable, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't really let you get on board. Okay, that's a pain. Let's not do that. Oh, and you need to find your friend. Of course you do. Of course you do. Let's switch weapons first of all. Where's your friend? Maybe your friend has clothing materials or something. That's way off. I think I want flight to do that one. That's a long ways off. I'm gonna mark the spot. I'm gonna come back from. We could chop down a tree. Maybe. I just need something that's a movable object I can use to cover this small distance, which is hopefully more easily rideable. Notice the little flower shape there as well as star shape. Hopefully more easily rideable. We can definitely do something like rocket shield as last resort. I say last resort because I think we can do better than that. Oh, there's a... Well, that's way off in the distance though, that rock. The falling piece. Yeah, if we can find one of the falling rocks, bring it over. It's the one we saw earlier. That's pretty far away though. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. We got something here. Let's just take the platform. And we'll head on up. Stow it. Yeah. Hang on. We can do it. Definitely do it. Just get up here. Oh, get off and grab. Nope. Go. Yeah, and afterwards we can drive the Korok over. Since we didn't think to have to harness on a horse. Let's try to find the most appropriate entry point here. This platform. Let's try to find a good spot. Stay right there. Then, just recall it up. Hopefully that's sufficient. Here we go. No problem. Okay, so what are we facing? Mallet Smash. Oh, I see. You attach something to this, you launch it with a rocket. Mallet Smash. Notice there's a bit of a distance between the end of the track. Actually, you can kind of do a diagonal to just make sure the hit is going to happen. Maybe like this. Let's see, what kind of cheapo weapon can we use for this? Okay. Well, here's the mallet. If we want to play it that way, I'm not necessarily convinced that we do. Because why don't we just reach this with another object, right? Like just stack a couple logs on top of each other. And I don't think there's a requirement for the force, is there? Didn't think there was. Previous runs didn't require it anyway. Oh, maybe so. Well, then you attach one, and you attach another, and use a rocket to propel one. Just spin it in. Also, let's grab the chest first before we do anything else. Whoops. We should obviously replace one of the bows that's on its last legs. Given damage, we should replace the royal. Goodbye, royal. You served me very, very well. Anyway, we're gonna spin this around a bit. Basically, we just rotate this up. In fact, since we're dropping the royal anyway... Oh, okay, we should have actually picked it up there. That's okay, we can drag it down. Because then we use this one for the switch activation. Or device activation, I should say. Okay, nice and easy. Okay, now we know about the vehicle. We should take care of the Korok next. Yeah, I'm sure there were treasures and such to uncover, but I'm actually quite happy to get out of here for a moment. Oh, star fragment over there. Looks a bit far, though. Yeah, maybe not that far. That's a fairly significant elevation gain to chase it. Star fragments. Hang on. Where's that ridge? Oh, that's very far. Not really that far. I mean, this is Gleok area. What time is it? 4:45 a.m. Nah, it's not gonna make it. It's gonna be dawn soon. Yeah, dawn already. No chance. So, was not going to happen. Anyway, Korok escort, let's do it. If I can remember what side that was positioned on. I guess we'll go round and round until we find it. I thought you said you needed to find your friend. Where are you? Yeah. Should have been over here, right? Well, let's take the Korok down to the vehicle. Oh, here's the vehicle. Okay. Alright, we'll take this guy down here and we'll start assembling. So it's going to be facing Death Mountain. And we could even do it with a sled. Really wanted, but let's see what we have. Well, two wheels here. We can find the other two then. Maybe we could do that. Otherwise we'll just use the sled, I think. Depending. No, we see more wheels over there. Where's that at? Nope. Snowballs. Yeah, let's go to sled. Going that way. Okay. It's not powered, that's the only thing, but it'll get most of the way. I always think the idea would have been to use a sled and drag a two-wheeler behind it. Because then it's powered, but then you don't need to balance the wheels. Actually, I like that idea. I don't know if it really makes sense, but... And it requires the other wheel that blew off somewhere. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we'll get on it. It'll be just like the shield surf in the first game. Kind of a nice ride, in fact. Good steering control on this. And you'll stop, that's fine. Gonna win them all. Got most of the way there, so still saved a pretty considerable amount of time, and we see Is there a shrine beyond there? It might be. Oh, because that's the labyrinth. I'm a little bit short on fans for actually doing the labyrinth, but in terms of doing the ascent to the upper level, but we can do the lower level just fine. I think back in the first game, this was actually my no, not my first labyrinth. My first one would have been northeast as well, but let's melt this and see what it gives me. We might as well unlock the labyrinth sequence now if it works the same way as the other two, where you need to complete the overworld level first, unlock the sky, and then use that to unlock the depths. And yet you're out of Tulin's range now? That's okay. We're busy. Dragon Ring slumbers in the labyrinth depths. Yeah. I mean, all we saw with what was supposedly the Dragon Ring first labyrinth was just a construct fight, so... Well, we can just do it. We probably want to put on the Gloom Resistance clothes just in case. Just to avoid some chip damage. Okay, nothing too interesting. Yeah, let's just climb and go across. Maybe even climb all the way up and just go up to the top level. As long as we don't suffer too much from fall damage. And yeah, you can see up above that it follows the same diamond configuration here. Presumably does in the depths as well. Yeah, no point in going up there until we've activated it, so... we'll just try to clear this first. And lament that we, even with that falling shard that you see in the distance, can't really make it up on my current Zonite budget. Before you'll have a big central drop, and then we'll find some way around. Probably some treasure chests around back as well. There's a Korok point back there. Let's actually do that first. You know what? Okay, no. The eyeballs don't quite do this for you at this range. Not against those targets, anyway. We spent so many eyeballs on the Gleok fight, but we knew that was coming, so... very much expected. Also, yeah, you get a treasure chest down here, too. Let's check it. Do I want to drop the Lionel bow at this point? I don't know. I don't think so. Might need it in some kind of critical circumstance. Yeah, this is all obstructed, but meltable. We can walk around a little bit back here until we find a location we actually want, perhaps. Although it would be more efficient to go back up. Let's just stay on Talus Hammer for melting such things. Indeed, there's Pinecone here, too. Indeed, I wonder if there's anything hidden here? Nope, probably not. The steps. Well, we can follow the Pinecone trail somewhat backwards. Till we get to this one. We should actually survey everything from up top again. Oh, there's another bow. And it looks like a nice bow. Don't know if we want to brave the gloom for it, but no, we can just grab it. Let's see. Mighty construct. I think we might actually want to trade out the Zonite bows then. Only 24. Yeah, good durability, but we'll keep this. We should have considered using the Zonite bows for long-range attacks against the Gleok, actually. I don't know why that didn't occur to me. And there is a range effect on them if you charge up. And okay, that's maybe too much stamina expended for what we're doing here. Okay, we'll head back up. We'll try to find the correct passageway. With a little bit of top-down surveying. But we'll just use some stamina food. Since we're so full up anyway. Under this ledge here, that looks kind of promising, actually. Their angle. 8. Yeah, let's check it. This passage down here is worth checking. This looks like something movable once we remove the ice obstruction. Let's get this out of here, though. We can. Oh, no? Oh, because of the ice, yeah. Melt it off there. There we go. And what could this be? Yeah, Mighty Zonite. Durability up, will definitely change. And I'll take the steps. Whoops. And there we go, that was quick. We do need to melt the exterior, but that's no problem. And the chasm drop is something we'll deal with eventually. We currently, once again, don't have the means to go up to the sky level just yet, but that will come. And in the meantime, we'll just stand here. Oh, we should activate that too, but we'll do that in a moment. We need some ferries in reserve for these plummets anyway, from my experience with the previous one. Ruler of Owls. Probably the Rito god. Personified. Also, there's an additional kind of halfway ledge on the way up. We should maybe check that with Ascension. We'll check with Ascension on the way up. And out. Let's get in here first. And this one will be a freebie, as usual. Let's see what's in. Diamond, very nice. Alright, well that was quick. No real trouble whatsoever. Interesting that that is open up above. Kinda wonder about that slot there. Let's check it. And yeah, we could have ascended here, but I just want to see that we know what this is all about. Treasure, of course. Yep, we'll climb across for it. guys. And this is the drop location from up above. Way up in the sky. When we eventually get there. Not at the moment, not until we've had a bit of an excursion in the depths to get everything together again. What did I mark this one to start? Oh, this was... Ah yes, no, that was the other descent to the depths below. You might want to use a different symbol for that. Anyway, let's get back to the horse in the stable and then we'll see what to do from there. And then we'll just run away out top, as we usually do. Very nice of the Korok to lead me all the way here, and that was rather convenient. Can I climb down, please? Yeah, in the previous game, this was a good location for skeletal horses.
Oh!
You're back. He's gonna do this every time I come in and out of the zone at this stage of the quest, isn't he? Well, that is a bit unfortunate. Let's wrap around the labyrinth first, just to do a quick survey here. There probably are Koroks that are unlockable from ice that I haven't really even checked yet. But sometimes just enemies. Or ice fragments or other things. Yeah, we'll just wrap around the end.
Oh?
Yes, I'm going somewhere. So yeah, pretty much every time I cross the zone boundary, I'd have to deal with this. That's okay. At least we have a little bit of bow assistance rather, everywhere else in the region. The game probably didn't expect me to run away from the main quest right at its apex. Yeah, in general, we haven't gotten anything that impressive from randomly melting ice, but we'll see. Regardless. Yeah, we'll melt it a bit. Seems like it's actually really obstructing something. minor treasure chests and such aren't going to matter too much. Stay out of course as I encounter ice after ice after ice. But anyway, we're going to try to head back to the horse. I don't know that we'll play very much beyond that. But we shall see.
Oh,
And yeah, I'm back. Let me just skip. How do we wind up here? Well, new territory to cover at least.
oh,
I'm just skirting the edge of the zone, so it's going to be back in no time. Like I said. Well, the area might be interesting. We came all the way up here. Let's check some of this at least. This looks very much like it might be something involving the Korok. Needing to tee off again after a slope golf. Well, if we can find it. Oh, look at that. Looks like a wing. Okay, so this did not end up being useful. Well, I saw that just now. We passed it. It's like a very prominent landing. And no, it's actually just the whole area above the Lost Woods, which maybe. So where did I glimpse that just now? I thought I saw something like a wing part. Somewhere in the region. Anyway, there's the little golf challenge. I wonder if I myself needed to. The ball is not, oh no, the ball, rather the boulder. This goes here on a tee. Okay. So we massively overshot in that as well. That's okay, we'll just send it down the slope. I do see it now though. Which means at this range, you need to go get it. Oh, yeah, that's it. Anything else in here? Index. Sled and repeller, you can kind of use that to fly potentially pretty far. Let's do the Korok first though. Nope, I'm trying to drop this on you. Here we go. Yeah, you get some gems off of them too. I actually should fight them more often than I've been doing. Okay, that didn't quite succeed, but that's alright. Let me just follow it down. And park it. I said, and park it. Let's figure this out. Minus subtlety of weight distribution here. There we go. Yeah, I say we do take the wing. And fly out of here. Actually, given that there's one propeller available, very tempting to spend a rest and build something up to the labyrinth right now, but Indeed, the starting point here is so high that I wonder if that's reachable. Okay, everything was located somewhere here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, again, if I had a higher budget of materials, this would have been a rather different story. Regardless. Okay. Let's figure out where to fly. It would make sense to go back to the stable, I think. Got the fairy fountain over there. Stable's not far. Maybe even shoot a bit further. This is done. This is done. Yeah, you can probably just go for straight for the stable. That would make most sense at this point. Unless we can go further afield. Nah, that's much further along. Yeah, the Bright Cap Cave, that's maybe one location to be looking at. Let's... because we do need the sled as mechanism here, we just sow some snow in the initial takeoff point. But whoa, what's happening? Oh, okay. That's okay. We'll just nuke you. Oh, that's good. We'll aim this way. And yeah, it's gonna run out of battery pretty quickly, but that's okay as long as we continue gliding. And looks like descending to the stable will be just right. It's quite an efficient return path, in fact. Let's grab our new horse. So we have a couple of options. We can head back towards the Bright Cat Cave, or we can head towards the Woodland Stable to start the unlocking process for the Great Fairy, since I will have to swing back here anyway. But we did have the hut we wanted to see there. We had a couple of things going on. Well, let's go to the cave. It'll be quick. We're going west. And gotta watch 3 stamina on this horse. Can't drive it too hard here. Yeah. Oh, let's keep going. I haven't inspected this that carefully either, but we'll come back for it. We'll be winding down this session very similarly to how we did the last one. Same kind of route, in fact. Just want to make sure we fill in that one quest while we still can, and we'll probably come back this way too. Deal with things like this little cabin here and see what that's all about. But the Bright Cat Cave come first. This is a different cave entirely, wasn't it? Did I see this one already? I don't think I did, actually. Okay, let's whack some of this stuff if we can. Oh, no. Will they come back? No. Let's do Bright Cap first and we'll come back in some approximate order. It's right there, so let's do it first. Mushroom quest, yep. As always. Anyway, take my reward. Interesting. Sister secret. Very interesting. Well, we'll keep that in mind, and in the meantime, we'll go into the cave. Now let's put on the horrible mask. Oops. Takes a fair bit of punishment, but we got him. We're gonna open up. Great shield. Shielding into aerial combat. Well, I haven't found a use case for that yet. That's okay. Looks like a Misco hut. A fairly simple one, too. Frostbite shirt. Oh, there is a cold weather attack set. Interesting. We'll probably try to ascend, but I'll see about continuing here. Oh yeah, that's something luminous by the looks of it. And one of these. Anyway, so much for that cave. in that case, since we do have the opportunity, let's go with that. We're way out of position for the horse, but these things happen. What's that shadow? Dragon, perhaps? Nope. Yeah, there's the waterfall ascension point over there. Anyway, let's head back over to the other cave that we just discovered. We'll see how elaborate this is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, instant kill on that. Okay, nice and easy. I'm just going to run out of juice fairly quickly, but we'll do what we can with it. That's meltable, of course. Let's do this first. And no room. Down, and we'll see what's behind it. Yeah, interesting weapons, but, you know, not enough damage at this stage of the game. Might as well melt this completely in case anything good comes out, but nope. Went pretty deep in, actually. Anyway, I think we will head to that hut we passed and probably call it a stream from there before continuing. Oh, that was a save. Not an entirely intentional one. Okay, we'll get rid of these guys first. Done. Let's see if they give me anything good. And yes, I'm familiar with it, but let's ask anyway. No sound, okay. Hopefully it hasn't been that way for too long. Now let me fix that quickly. We're going to log off pretty soon anyway, but we'll repair it. Yeah, I don't know how long it's been that way then. We are ending soon, so. Thanks for letting me know, as always. We haven't had that problem in quite a few days, so. Let's see if we get things up and running. But yeah, I am ending very, very soon anyhow. Should be back.
Ah!
Legendary Surfer? I think that's me.
Aw. Ooh.
Anyway, in terms of shield surfing, we'll do it next time. We just fixed the sound so we can listen to some music as we log off, but this will be a good place to stop. And yeah, we entered this stream intending to sweep this little corridor here between stables and then eventually start activating Great Fairies. We did tons of other stuff instead. Started to make some headway into this zone. Frost Gleok was certainly a highlight. And once we have a bit of a zonite budget to build flying machines again, we can take on both the Rito quest as well as the Labyrinth. Lots and lots to do all the time, and so much more to explore still in this entire western region. So, we really have to clean up the map. Too many markers here, and not all of them are still relevant. But anyway, that will be all today. Thank you so much for watching at any given point, and for letting me know at the last minute about the sound. Hopefully things will remain mostly technically fine going forward. It's been better than usual lately. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see if there's any sensible recipient for a micro raid, but whether we do that or not, we'll determine that. And we'll see you soon enough. I've been playing this every day, sometimes twice a day. We might actually have time for some bonus streams this week since I have a bit of extra time to spare. And I'm eager to push through it. So, until we meet again, have a wonderful day ahead of you with whatever you're playing and watching. And as always, fare thee well.